Emotions are always running high on senior day. Add in the final home game of the season, and there's a lot on the line here today for Rogers State as they welcome in the Newman Jets. We'll take a timeout, and when we come back, introduce you to the starting lineups you're watching on RSU Public TV.
From the wild front lines,
we made a choice. We took a different path.
To our own backyards.
We're trying to restore nature where we live.
Local solutions are showing the way.
You can heal the land.
Who's with me?
Why shouldn't we be ambitious about this?
We can see nature recover.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Wild Hope.
Friday evening at 5 on RSU Public TV.
For season 10 in the Americas, a safe haven for baby whales and their moms, a sanctuary for jaguars, colossal volcanic explosions and slick rock mazes, the dying, living inland sea of California, the ancient ones of the Southwest. In Spain, Columbus comes to life along with his critics. Cortez brings Europe to Mexico. All of this, season 10 of In the Americas with David Yetman.
Never a dull moment when Rogers State and the Newman Jets match up, a rivalry that dates back to these two teams' days in the Heartland Conference. Hi fans, alongside of Sean Tiemann, I'm Josh Haley. Glad you're with us on this Saturday afternoon. You can throw stats and records out the window when these two meet up, Sean.
Yeah, Rogers State in women's basketball has won 4 of the last 5 against the Newman Jets, but Newman surprisingly has a winning record against the Hillcats, 13-8, and I say surprising because Rogers State women's basketball had a good history to start the program under Amy Williams, and here lately the Hillcats offensively haven't been able to find the shooting touch the last several seasons. We'll see how this one goes. Rogers State won the first matchup on the road in Wichita against Newman, 64-52. They've lost 5 in a row, but the Hillcats defensively have still been rock solid on that side of it.
Well, they'll hope to do that again today. And as we look at the starting lineup today for the Newman Jets, who come in 2-23, 1-18, who do the Hillcats need to keep their eye on today, Sean?
Well, Carissa Beck is not their top scorer. Jaden McMillan is. They don't have anyone that averages double figures. McMillan is at 8.6 points a game. Beck is their second leading scorer, not that far behind, but she's the high-volume three-point shooter for Newman. 128 three-point attempts on the season. She's at 32%. McMillan's only 25%. They've attempted about 75 more three-point shots than Rogers State in women's basketball during this entire season. So at times, teams love to fall in love with that three-point line.
For Rogers State, on senior day, who are they going to be reliant on if they're going to come out with a win?
Well, Hillcats have 4 seniors here. Eliza Akins, Alasia Knapp, the transfer from Central Oklahoma, former Tulsa Union standout. You also have Trinity Jackson and Mariana Minoto, who is on the shelf for the rest of the season due to an injury to her left ankle, left leg. But I would guess this is Alasia Knapp's game, right? She's your top scorer. She's third in the MIAA in conference individually at just under 17 points a game. High volume shooter for Rogers State. Needs to have success in this game against Newman.
Opening tip controlled by Newman's Lovkina, and we are underway. Your officials this afternoon, Jake Black, Anthony Pinnell, and Kathy Shoup. Rogers State and the Newman Jets. And immediately inside, Amaya Perez, the sophomore from Dodge City, Kansas, with the bucket. Newman is led by first-year head coach Amy Briggs, assisted by former Newman standout Michaela Mack, and the GA is Daphne Williams. Rogers State, under the guidance of first-year head coach Heather Davis, has done a great job, the 5th head coach in Hillcat basketball history. And Alasia Knapp, the newcomer to Rogers State, with the first bucket. There you go. You said it would be her, and it is.
Yeah, Alasia Knapp is going to have a good game from the perimeter shooting the basketball. Doesn't necessarily like to go in the lane too much.
Wild off-balance shot, maybe trying to draw some contact there, and Cameron Estelle controls the rebound for the Hillcats. Akins, so quick off the bounce. One-on-one isolation inside for Jackson, went straight up, and Lovkina got the hands in there to get the block and the turnover. Step back three is off the mark for McMillan. It's no surprise, Sean, to see the Hillcats try to go to that early because that was really working well on Thursday, going down low to Jackson.
Yeah, Trinity Jackson, double-double, her second of the season, but fourth double-figure rebound game. She's had a 14 and 15 rebound performance this season. She's just been a stalwart on the glass for Roger State this season. I would have liked to seen her get more touches offensively in a good rhythm, but unfortunately, post-entry passes have not been the forte of Roger State this season.
That's a long two for Knapp, no good. Rebounded by Perez. A bucket for either side here early on. Left corner, good look from three for the lefty, Josie, but it's no good. Here comes Goldsby. Goldsby, Sean, limited to just 12 minutes Thursday. She was averaging 36 in conference play coming in.
Yeah, suffered a concussion on the road the week before on Saturday at Missouri Western. Really just couldn't give it a full go on Thursday night, but with her and Akins both out there at the guard spots, gives you some athleticism.
Shot clock winding down, little step through. Rebounded by Lovkina again.
Yeah, both the teams throughout the season have struggled offensively with their shooting percentages. Hopefully Roger State will try to make an emphasis of going down in the paint.
Beck, one of Newman's all-time leading three-pointer shooters, and can't get that one to go. We were just talking before the game, Sean, this Newman team, they love the three ball.
They only shoot about 27%, similar to Roger State. They're just a tick under 27%. Newman is from three. Carissa Beck's one of their better three-point shooters, but they have struggled this season from deep.
Inside, Knapp contested, couldn't get the bunny to go. Struggle here early offensively for both sides after a quick bucket. McMillan nearly turned over, staying with it. Lovkina high off the glass, in and out. Rebounded by Jackson.
Yeah, there was some contact down low on that shot attempt. Could have been a foul called on Roger State.
Akins sets the feet. Maybe a little bit off balance, leaning forward into that shot. Threes all around. Josie trying to knock one down from the left wing, no good.
Yeah, this game was played in the 50s and 60s at Wichita the first time out, middle of January. Expect the same kind of matchup.
Knapp from behind the foul line, no good. Newman in that game was just 5 of 24 from three. Roger State was 2 of 14. Nothing was going down from deep. Hillcats won it by 12, 64-52. Back on January 11th. Here comes Goldsby, 2-on-2. Splits two defenders. Scoop layup won't go. And the freshman Destiny Jones fights for the rebound. You know, if there was one player, even though there were some good performances, but maybe one that stood out, the energy and the just engine that Jones brought off the bench on Thursday night was impressive.
Yeah, suffered that 2-point loss to Central Oklahoma. Unfortunate foul called with under 2 seconds left, and UCO hits free throws to win the game. Roger State had enough defense to win that contest, just didn't hit enough shots offensively, and that's been the theme of the season as Destiny Jones is able to score down inside. She's been one of the bright spots in terms of her energy level this season for a true freshman to come into this program and have the kind of games that she's had, like 13 points at Wichita against Newman. The first meeting, she has been a bright spot for head coach Heather Davis in her first season.
Yeah, she kind of came down awkwardly, was clearly in some pain in the first quarter after having 7 points to start that game, and she battled through it, kind of limped through the rest of the game but stayed out there. 12 points, 7 rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 steals. Playing on a bad wheel. 4-2 Hillcats. Got a media coming next, dead ball. And there it is. And it'll be a foul on RSU. Amaya Perez will be at the line when we come back. 4:58 to go, first quarter on RSU Public TV.
So I started cooking with my grandma ever since I was probably about 5. And ever since then, I've always had a passion for cooking. I love being in the kitchen.
I would like to open my own restaurant someday. Breakfast is my favorite dish to make.
We had fun. And we're very impressed with all these young people. They're going to do something with their lives as a result of shows like this.
My name is Sean Diedeker, and I'm a painter. I've always designed my paintings based on travel and chance. I look to find beauty in true, unscripted reality, then document that experience with paint.
Join me as I canvas the world to explore the interplay between art and the human condition. Every episode of plays, every episode of painting.
Friday at noon on RSU Public TV.
4:58 to go, first quarter, in the final home game of the season for Rogers State basketball, taking on their old friends from Wichita, the Newman Jets. It's a Hillcat Jet type of Saturday. RSU baseball is also on the road, taking on Newman in an MIAA conference opening series. Josh Haley and Sean Tiemann with you courtside. Sean, shots simply not falling for either side here early on.
Yeah, both of these teams already having been eliminated from chance at qualifying for the MIAA postseason tournament in Kansas City the first week of March. But you look at what Rogers State has done from the field, and early in this game with a 4-2 lead, they're not shooting it well, and Newman isn't either. Rogers State's 2 of 10. Newman's going to go to the free throw line here. They've made an emphasis, despite shooting some threes already, to try to drive it in the paint or pass down low. That time, off the foul, Amaya Perez goes to the free throw stripe.
62% shooter on the year is Amaya Perez, who had the first bucket today. And she's got all 4 Newman points now as we're tied at 4. Goldsby, Knapp, Jackson, Akins, and Fowler in for Heather Davis's Hillcats. Here's Goldsby. And that pass through the hands and a little bit low on the bounce, trying to feed Trinity Jackson inside. Cameron Estelle will check back in. Cameron Estelle, one of the seniors today, Sean. I don't know if there's too many players I've watched for Rogers State that just have the headiness and the on-court intelligence of Cameron Estelle. She can impact a game in ways that don't show up in a stat sheet.
Yeah, Cam Estelle's had several games where she pulled down 4 or 5 rebounds in limited minutes as well. She's been a steady factor offensively in that front court coming off the bench at a forward spot.
Goldsby, that shot in and out. Loose ball tipped. That was Estelle in there kind of causing the havoc. Fowler couldn't get the putback to go. Remember assistant coach Ashley Pitts telling me when Cameron Estelle first got here, watch how fast her hands are. She will wreak havoc in the paint on the defensive end of the floor for opponents. And we've certainly seen that throughout her career. Oh, a nice move there by Redondo. Step back, everything but the finish. And a second chance for the Jets here early. Their first offensive rebound. Underneath, easy bucket for Delaney Wiley out of Kickapoo High School. Same high school as Kaya Goldsby. A couple of former high school teammates doing battle here today.
The second leading rebounder on the team at about 4.7 boards per contest. Wiley active right there in the post.
Estelle getting to the bucket. Nice take, and she gets it to fall.
Yeah, didn't start the season in the rotation because of an injury and started to come on offensively when they have been able to work into the rotation. And she's had some games where she scored 8-9 points to go with some rebounds off the bench.
Shooting 72% from the field the last 6 home games is Cameron Estelle.
Yeah, does that tell you they need her with more touches when she's out there?
Indeed. Shot clock winding down for Newman. They were yelling shoot, but defending was good enough for McMillan to where she felt like she needed to take a dribble to find an open space, and by that time, too late.
Yeah, one of Cam Estelle's better games against Newman in Wichita in the middle of January, 9 points and 5 rebounds, and that's not playing, 20 minutes even.
Right.
Some games not even 15 minutes.
She was awesome that week altogether. Averaged 11.5 points, 7.5 rebounds, and had 2 assists as Alasia Knapp. And for scorers like her, sometimes you get that first one to go, and it can open the floodgates. Glad you're with us on this Saturday afternoon. Senior Day festivities in store for both the women and the men's basketball teams, as well as RSU cheer. Inside, absorbing a little contact as Perez couldn't get the shot to go, and Fowler's there for the rebound. Knapp from outside. She knocks it in. Alasia Knapp.
Now, if she can get hot, I'd expect Rogers State to stretch this lead out. You know, they were up 16 on the road against Newman in Wichita at the half, able to hang on in that game later. But, Rogers State from the perimeter, any of those threes that drop, it seems like a bonus because their percentage has been so low most of the conference season.
Nice take to the rack. A little spin up and in for Carissa Beck. Mentioned how good of a three-point shooter she is, but that's not all she can do as she takes it to the hole. Alasia Knapp with 5 points now and 421 on the season, top 5 in a single season in Hillcat history. Little heat check. Test pass for Alasia Knapp.
Yeah, basically double clutch there slightly before putting it up, and it hit the rim and settled through for Knapp. But again, she is that one player that can, on any given night, go get you 20 points.
The league's second leading scorer. She scored 21 or more in 4 of the last 7 games, and she's got 8 in about 90 seconds here in the first quarter. And both teams starting to heat up. Delaney Wiley drains a 3. She's got 5. Hillcats can hold for final shot. We've seen more shots made the last 2 minutes than we did in the first 8. Hillcats just buying the time here. Akins drives in, tries to dish it off. It'll stay with RSU with 5.4 to go in the quarter. Kylie Day will check in. She's a great option off of inbounds plays for RSU.
Yeah, and your best bet is probably going to work this ball to either Day or Alasia Knapp, who has the hot hand. I would figure number 2 would be prominent here in the final 5 seconds.
Both are good catch and shoot on the baseline. Here comes Day off a double screen. It's a decoy into Knapp, steps into a long 2. Missed short. Fowler trying to beat the buzzer and just maybe in a desperation effort let it go a little bit too early. We've reached the end of the first quarter. Hillcats come out with a 3-point advantage. We'll be back for the second after this on RSU Public TV.
Hey, Art Buds, I'm Freddie.
And I'm Ty.
And we are sitting in Grandma Tilly's art studio.
She's a character.
She definitely is. And this summer, she's introducing us to some creative people as we go on an art quest to the coolest spots in the city.
Bet. This summer is going to be awesome.
We're meeting real artists and going to the places that they work.
Monday afternoon at 4 on RSU Public TV.
Hey. Hey, you. We know what you did. And we think you're just the most magnificent person ever. Because you support public television, and you did it by donating your car to our station. Vehicle donations like yours bring significant funding to the quality news and programming you turn to every day. So now, it's time to celebrate you and all of our supporters that keep us going.
Josh Haley and Sean Tiemann back with you inside of the Claremore Expo Center. We've reached the end of the first quarter, 14-11. Hillcats in front, and what started out as a very poor shooting game for both sides, Sean. Both teams seem to pick it up a little bit at the end.
Yeah, tale of 2 halves in the first quarter there, because the first 5 minutes, not so pretty. Last 5 minutes, how about Alasia Knapp? 10 of the 14 Rogers State points, and she is the X factor for me in a game like this where points may come at a premium down the stretch. Rogers State had an 18-12 lead in this same game. in Wichita against Newman at the end of one quarter, and then held Newman to only 7 second-quarter points. If Rogers State can play defense extremely well these final 3 quarters, real good chance to win here at home on Senior Day.
We said that anything goes in this rivalry. We weren't just blowing smoke. Last time these two teams were in Claremore, last January, it was a double overtime thriller that RSU hung on to win.
Yeah, Newman has played well in this building. 5 wins in 10 tries. 9 of the 21 games have been decided by single digits, so there have been some blowouts in the all-time series between these two programs. But again, RSU is on a slight roll against Newman the last 5. They've won 4.
Stepping into a 3 is Redondo. That's no good. Very diverse Newman Jets roster. They're not deep on players right now due to injuries, but ones they do have diverse backgrounds and good skill sets as Knapp's 3 bounces over the window. For context, Valeria Lovkina, one of the starting forwards, hails from Latvia, and Monica Redondo, who just had that last 3-point attempt, hails from Madrid.
Yeah, that has been typical at Newman, obviously a Catholic institution in Wichita. And you'll see players from the international scene on the roster most given seasons.
Here's Lovkina. Foul goes against Alasia Knapp for RSU. Believe it or not, that's only the second foul for either team in this game.
Yeah, there weren't many stoppages back in that first quarter. It seemed to fly by, one of the fastest quarters of the season.
All right, if this second one starts just creeping along the snail's pace, you're going to get blamed for it.
Broad shoulders.
Turnover here. 4th turnover of the game for Newman. Hillcats have turned it over just once. You expect the turnover number to be low, and it's in the hands of number 10, Kaya Goldsby, like it is right now. She's the security blanket. Facilitates, makes things go. Inside, Jackson amongst 2 defenders.
Yeah, and that's a good post entry by Day that time. They've had a lot of opportunities this season where they've floated lobs into the low post, whether it's for Jackson, Knapp, Estelle, whoever comes off the bench, and they've been intercepted or knocked away, deflected away. That was a good crisp entry feed by Day.
Mid-range J won't go for Lovkina. Might have been partially tipped on the way up. Knapp takes heavy contact. Took a little bump initially, and then Amaya Josie really got her good on the second one. And Alasia Knapp will go to the foul line. Shot more free throws than anybody else on the roster by nearly double. Only one player has half as many free throw attempts as Knapp does this year. She's a 74% shooter from the charity stripe.
Yeah, and she's your most aggressive player, always seemingly looking for her own shot.
If you're a newcomer on campus and you want to make the home fan base fall in love with you, do what Alasia Knapp did. Scored 36 points in her Hillcat debut this year.
Yeah, and they started off pretty well in the non-conference slate. Maybe didn't play the kind of strength of schedule you want, but in your first season as head coach, Heather Davis, you probably wanted to get some wins to gain some confidence. But once conference play hit, this team offensively hasn't been nearly as good as that 3 rattles in from the top of the key. But they have stayed steady for the most part with their defense. When they have won conference games, it's been because of their lockdown defense.
That's what they're trying to do here. They're limiting Newman to shooting just 28% from the field, 2 of 8 from downtown, as that's just Rogers State's second turnover. Alasia Knapp already with 11 points, and then you got 2 each from Jones, Jackson, and Estelle. Carissa Beck leads the way for Newman with 8 rather. Lovkina lost the handle on the way up. Jackson secures the rebound.
I'm wondering a little bit here the last few minutes why they haven't made a point to keep going down inside the lane, because they've had some early success going in the lane either with the dribble drive or with some touches down on the blocks with post entries.
Freshman Jones shot off the mark.
It's probably an ill-advised jumper there. You didn't run much offense, and it was more just an isolation play up top for the freshman from Plano.
Yeah, a shot you can have pretty much any time you want at the shot clock. They would have liked to see some more movement there. This Newman Jets team won NCAA tournament back in 2012. They were the Heartland Conference regular season champs in 2011 and 2012, and then won the tournament in 2012 to make an NCAA regional. Stepping into a mid-range jumper, Redondo can't get it to go. These two teams both played together in the Heartland Conference until the league dissolved. Everybody else from the Heartland went to the Lone Star. These were the only two that went north to the MIAA. They will get joined, though, in the near future by a former Heartland mate in Arkansas, Fort Smith. That was, I think, exciting for everybody to see, Sean, for some of the battles in all sports that Rogers State has had with UAFS.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, that starts next school year.
It does.
As they replace Lincoln, who is leaving for the GLVC.
Hate to see Lincoln leave, and there's been some good battles there as well. But for Arkansas, Fort Smith coming back, just from the geography standpoint, it's always been a rivalry for RSU since making the move to NCAA Division II. Battle for the loose ball. Jones nearly came up with it, and then it was touched while laying out of bounds by Newman. It belongs to the Hillcats with a fresh 20.
Yeah, to that point, I don't think Rogers State, in terms of men's and women's basketball or athletics as a whole, is lacking for rivals. When you look at the proximity of some of the schools, I don't know that we have a clear-cut single arch rival, arch nemesis. There's a few. Central Oklahoma men's basketball, that's been pretty good, as evidenced by the other night with the double overtime victory for Rogers State over the Broncos. But you add another potential rival school back into the mix in Arkansas, Fort Smith. I think that's good for both parties.
It is. A former two-year institution like Rogers State was. And they don't line up in a lot of sports. UAFS, no softball, so they match up on the baseball diamond and on the hardwood. But there's been some heated and postseason battles throughout the years between the two. Driving left side of the lane, trying to spin one in off the window is Josie. And it'll stay with Newman with 5:12 to go here in the second quarter.
Rogers State is in the top 4, top 5 in the MIAA in terms of field goal defense. Right now, Newman's only 5 of 18, under 28%, 20 in this quarter.
Hillcats rank 4th in the league, holding opponents to under 61 points a game, trailing only Northwest Missouri, Fort Hays State, and Missouri Western. Down low, Jackson blocked away. That long reach by Delaney Wiley with the swat. It'll stay with RSU. They'll have possession when we come back. 4:45 to go in the second quarter on RSU Public TV.
Get back to the cutting board with Christina Cooks. Join host Christina Perello on a culinary and cultural journey through the world of whole, fresh foods. Learn how easy it can be to make simple, plant-based dishes that are better, not only for you, but for the planet too. Travel with her to Italy as she explores sustainable food production and cooks alongside local chefs and home cooks, whipping up healthy meals and unlocking the secrets of cooking the Macro-Terranean way.
Monday morning at 10:30 on RSU Public TV.
Have you always wanted to try yoga? Here's your chance to lengthen, strengthen, and tone your body with Happy Yoga with Sarah Starr. In each episode, Sarah guides you through a modified yoga practice using a chair for support, providing you with an easy entrance into a gentle yoga practice, all while featuring the beauty of Mother Nature. Enjoy a yoga practice that is invigorating, fun, and accessible. but most of all, effective.
4:45 to go here in the second quarter. Rogers State leading Newman 18-14. Josh Haley and Sean Tiemann, happy to be with you on this Saturday afternoon. It's senior day, final home game of the season for both Hillcat basketball teams, taking on the Newman Jets. Sean, it looked like both teams had started to figure it out offensively at the end of the first quarter, but it's been ice cold here in the second, just a combined 2 of 13.
Yeah, and that's been the case for both these teams all season. Obviously not, eligible anymore, eliminated from chance to qualify for the postseason tournament. So 3 games left, including today. You just want to try to get better going forward with some new coaches.
A couple of first-year leaders on the respective sidelines as Alasia Knapp drains a 3. Knapp has hit her 3rd 3 of this first half, and hard to believe she took no 3-pointers her first year playing at UCO. Then last year, hit it at a 36% clip. It's been an element of her game she's developed throughout her college career.
A little bit of a struggle this season at 30% coming into this game. But if you leave her that wide open as they make a 3, she's going to hit a 3 majority of the time.
On the other end, Amaya Josie knocks it down. Jones in the paint, blocked again.
Well, that's impressive.
Delaney Wiley already with 3 blocks as Knapp's 3 is off the mark, and there's Wiley to secure the loose ball.
Yeah, see the difference there? That one was contested. When Knapp gets a little bit of pressure on her, she's not going to shoot as well from three-point land, but you cannot leave her wide open because she'll have time to set her feet, square the shoulders, get the follow-through on the shot with her right hand and knock it down.
Delaney Wiley, who leads the league in blocks at 2.1 a game, already with 3 here in the first half.
Yeah, she is by nature a shot blocker. You talk about like Oklahoma City Thunder NBA basketball. Chet Holmgren is a natural shot blocker. She has that in her game here for Newman.
And when she's not blocking shots, you better believe that she's sending a message deterring would-be drivers in the paint. Right there. Jackson kind of falling away, knowing that she had Wiley right there waiting in the wings.
Yeah, and giving up a couple inches in terms of height, too.
Knapp secures the rebound. 14 points here in the first half for Alasia Knapp. She's already taken 12 shots, 6 from deep. Her career high for 3-pointers in a game is 4. Jackson, nice up fake that time. Couldn't get the shot to fall. I think if you catch down low with Wiley guarding you, you better have at least one pump fake in you.
Yeah, and that was halfway down and popped out for Trinity Jackson, the former Jinx Trojan standout. That time a good pump fake to get her shot off.
Loose on the floor. It's tied up. Possession arrow will keep it at this end. Both teams shooting sub 28% for the game. Wiley will check out of the ball game along with Jaden McMillan. So this might be a chance for RSU to maybe exploit the paint a little bit more, although Lovekina, who comes into the game, and she's got the ball right now, she can shot block as well. Straightaway 3 for Perez is no good. Estelle with the rebound, her second. See if they look to get a paint touch this possession, as we're inside of 2 minutes to go now, first half. Down low to Estelle. It was partially tipped. Great job by Cameron Estelle to tip it back out to keep possession. Still loose. Jones comes away with it. Right elbow jumper for Destiny Jones.
He forced that up, even though the shot clock had reset to 20 after the offensive rebound for Rogers State. They still had time to work it, but hey, why not?
Yep.
Jones has shown the affinity for the mid-range jumper, but she's also really good at offensive rebounding and working her body to her advantage. She's very strong-legged.
Freshman from Plano East High School, Destiny Jones. Redondo, little bounce pass to a cutting Lovkina, tipped out of bounds. There's those active hands again from Estelle, denying that entry pass on the cut to the basket.
Yeah, it's a good thing she was able to tip that because Newman had a really good looking post opportunity underneath there with the defender on the hip of the offensive player.
Shot clock going off, even though it hit the rim, and we'll play on. Goldsby with 3 assists already in this first half. Knapp. Jumper's no good, rebounded by McMillan. That's kind of the, story for Kaya Goldsby in a lot of games, Sean. She makes things look so easy, so fluid, never gets too high or too low. And because of that, I think you look up out of nowhere and she's got 3 or 4 assists.
Yeah, really good assist performer. I'd like to see her be a little more aggressive looking for her own shot. They haven't had really a good second option scorer besides, Alasia Appy and that player that averages double figures. When you're a little too top heavy in terms of the scoring, you don't get others involved as much. And Goldsby at times has had some opportunities offensively, but defers, I think, more to her teammates. She's still young, just a sophomore.
Yep, something that Heather Davis and her staff have emphasized with Goldsby, that they're okay with her being a little bit more selfish, a little bit more aggressive. Because she's shown at times in her career that she can score. Already top 10 in RSU career assists and steals. Final seconds ticking away here in the first half. Right elbow jumper. Hey, right on cue. We know what we're doing. Goldsby with the bucket. Hillcats by 8, and no shot at the buzzer for the Newman Jets. And in a first half that saw cold shooting and some pretty good defense to go along with it, though, it's Rogers State that comes out on top with an 8-point advantage, and in a low-scoring game, it feels like that's even more.
Yeah, Newman's attempted 9 more threes in the first half than Rogers State. Like I mentioned in the pregame, they tend to fall in love with shooting a 3, and it's not a forte of their game. Rogers State, good defense in the second quarter, give up just 6, gave up 7 at Wichita against Newman in the first meeting back in January. 23% from the field shooting the basketball for Newman here at the half, and that is in large part thanks to Rogers State's defense.
Now, when RSU is scoring, 7 assists on 9 made field goals, that'll make the coaching staff happy.
Yeah, that's a pretty high number. Rogers State hasn't been there a lot of times this season, and only 3 turnovers when they've typically averaged 16 to 17 turnovers on the season, and they've had a lot of games where they've turned it over 20 or more times. They played extremely well, I thought, last Saturday on the road. St. Joe against Missouri Western. They were in that game against the best team in the conference, and they lose 57-43. The defense has not been the issue this season. It's can they hit enough shots, be effective enough offensively, not turn the ball over at a high rate.
That's what the Hillcats will be hoping for. 25-17. It's a lead at halftime for RSU. We'll take a quick timeout and be back. Lots more to come. Lots of festivities going on. Senior Day here in Claremore. You're watching on RSU Public TV.
Here with the Rogers State men's golf head coach Steve Brown, I'm Corey King. Coach, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well, Corey. How are you?
I can't complain. I'm blessed to be in your presence. You get to hear about men's golf. Coach, the fall season's just wrapped up, and we had we had 5 top 3 finishes. As we're preparing for the spring season, tell us about your thoughts, your overall feeling about this fall season.
I felt like the fall season went well. Our last 2 tournaments especially. We had our home Tulsa Cup tournament. It went very well. We were leading after day 1. Always want to get the win, but we came out in the rain, played okay, and Southern Arkansas played a little bit better. But fall season, I feel like we had 4 pretty good tournaments out of the 5. There was one tournament we didn't really show up. It was a different golf course than what we're used to, so we'll kind of give them a pass on that one. But we had 4 good tournaments, and I felt like the last 2 were very good fields, and we played. I thought we played extremely well. So we really showed that. I think in the spring we're going to be right there. We're going to be a team to watch.
And that's all we could ask for. And you spoke about the Tulsa Cup and playing in the rain. What is that like, for you as a coach? Conditions are not the best, but you still got to go perform. So what is that like for you in preparing your team?
Yeah, you have to prepare for the worst. I told the guys it really wasn't. It rained, I would say, most of the round, but it was warm and it wasn't a heavy rain. And I told the guys, I said, there's two things I'm not going to do today. One, I'm not going to acknowledge the rain, and two, I'm not going to look at the leaderboard. And then Coach Larkin came up to me with about 5 holes left and said, well, you're only 4 back. And so that kind of ruined goal number 2. But just kidding, Coach Larkin. It was okay. It didn't affect anything. But yeah, you just kind of have to. You have to kind of block those things out and just keep playing. Golf's a grind. It's long. Each competition, each round is 5 hours. So you just grind through it and see what comes out at the other end.
Adversity is a part of any game that you play, and particularly in golf. But you have 7 out of your 12 student athletes are upperclassmen, so they are adapt to adversity. What is it like to have such experience on your roster?
It's nice. Yeah, it's great to have a good core group of upperclassmen to kind of lead by example. Mentor the younger players. I do have 2 of my more solid players coming in down the stretch in the fall were Thomas Barnes Grimes, who's a freshman, and Tyler Collier, who's a sophomore. So we've got some young talent too, but definitely the upperclassmen with Elliot Hahn, Montremal, Daniel Robles, with Ty Nikar, with Julian from Alanis, from a transfer from ORU. And Tyler Cornwell has worked extremely hard, played very well this fall. So I'm probably forgetting somebody, and I apologize. So it is definitely great to have those upperclassmen leading the way.
RSU took third in the Super Regional preview, but Daniel Robles Duvall played phenomenal. Talk about his performance and what things that you were most proud of in that performance.
With Daniel, I was really proud. I walked with him for almost half of that first round, about 7 holes, and he was just very calm. He was very patient, and when Daniel will admit he sometimes gets a little excited, but when he is calm and when he is patient, there's not a better golf swing out there. He has such great tempo, and it's just that's what I'm most proud is when he can get into that calm mindset. It's a beautiful thing to watch.
And you talked about your two newcomers, Julian Alanis, the transfer, and then Thomas Barnes Grimes, a freshman from England. What are you most impressed about their performance so far this season, stepping up to the plate and stepping into big roles, being new to the team?
Well, Julian came in and has really provided a kind of a leadership mentor type role, mainly he's one who really enjoys going out and working hard, whether it's in the weight room or out on the golf course just practicing. And so he's really helped the guys in that type of work ethic where they really want to go out there and improve. And then Thomas just has a great attitude out on the golf course. He really enjoys playing, practicing, qualifying, and competing. It really doesn't change his attitude. So watching him out on the golf course, especially in the tournaments, it's really nice to see because he truly enjoys being out there and competing. And he doesn't, everyone's going to hit bad shots, doesn't let it bother him, just keeps playing.
That's a mentality that you have to have with golf, especially so young in his career.
Absolutely.
Something that you can't coach. But Coach, we appreciate your time in chatting with us. And for Rogers State men's golf head coach Steve Brown, I'm Corey King. Thank you for watching.
So I began playing the game of golf about 8th grade. My dad always played, and my sister actually played in college as well. She played at the University of Houston. She's 8 years older than I am, so I just kind of was always around it. We grew up on a golf course, and I finally got into it, quit all the other sports, and really focused on it in high school and made it here. What I really like is a lot of the athletes all hang out together, so we're not just hanging out with guys on our team. We have a lot of friends outside. I hang out with a lot of soccer guys, a lot of other sports as well. We won Hillcat Classic last year, so that was really fun. Obviously getting a win's good. Just a lot of going to Carolina, that was probably one of my favorite parts. That was a great trip for us, a lot of fun. So the way we get involved is we got Trunk and Treat, which is really fun. You get a lot of kids coming through. It's here on campus, so you get to see a lot of people and meet a lot of new fresh faces and maybe people that'll be coming here in the future. There's stuff Main Street all the time that we can always participate in, which is really nice to get to meet some of the people that live here and get to grow our name. My favorite part about being an RSU Hillcat is just the family that it brings. You're traveling as a team a lot, so you get really close to those guys and you just kind of have a family together.
Final home game of the season for Rogers State basketball. We are at halftime. Hillcats lead the Jets 25-17. Josh Ailey and Sean Tiemann with you. And Sean, what stood out most to you in this first 20 minutes?
Well, you look at what Rogers State did offensively first, and it went through Alasian App, and I think that's a good thing. Can't change what you are at this point in the season with 3 games left, right? So it's get a high volume of shots for your best scorer and the third best scorer in the MIAA conference at just under 17 points a game. But Alasian App was really good shooting the basketball from 3 of 6, 5 of 14 from the field overall. Not necessarily great there, but she had her 3-point stroke working, and that was a good sign for Rogers State offensively. On the defensive side, early on, it seemed like Newman had some momentum working the ball inside the paint, but they went away from that, attempted way too many 3-pointers, 16 in the first half, 3 of 16. Not good from 3 on the season, 27%. They're shooting 19% right now from 3. And you look at the points in the paint and combine that with the second chance points, and Rogers State in those 2 stat categories combined, 18-8 difference, plus 10. And they're up 8 right now, and those are a couple of key stats from the first half.
Limiting the Jets to just 1 offensive rebound as well, so not a lot of opportunities for second chance points. Not a lot of fouls called in this game. Officials let them play, and I'm not saying that there was some that should have been called, but it hasn't been an overly physical game by any stretch. Only 6 fouls in the first half.
Yeah, it seemed like a good rhythm to the game. Outside of all the missed shots, Rogers State is only at 30% from the floor overall. They've hit the 3 ball at a higher rate in the first half than what their season percentage is at. 3 of 7 as a team from 3. Of course, Elasian App made all 3 of those. And like we said, only 6 free throws combined. It's not been an overly aggressive ball game offensively for either team. Rogers State, though, has 33 field goal attempts to 26 for Newman.
So we'll take a 60-second timeout, and when we come back, get the second half going. Hillcat basketball on RSU Public TV.
Get back to the cutting board with Christina Cooks. Join host Christina Perello on a culinary and cultural journey through the world of whole, fresh foods. Learn how easy it can be to make simple, plant-based dishes that are better, not only for you, but for the planet too. Travel with her to Italy as she explores sustainable food production and cooks alongside local chefs and home cooks, whipping up healthy meals and unlocking the secrets of cooking the Macro-Terranean way.
Monday morning at 10:30 on RSU Public TV.
Have you always wanted to try yoga? Here's your chance to lengthen, strengthen, and tone your body with Happy Yoga with Sarah Starr. In each episode, Sarah guides you through a modified yoga practice using a chair for support, providing you with an easy entrance into a gentle yoga practice, all while featuring the beauty of Mother Nature. Enjoy a yoga practice that is invigorating, fun, and accessible, but most of all, effective.
Josh Haley and Sean Tiemann back with you in Claremore. We get set to start the second half. Hillcats with a 25-17 lead on Newman and looking to continue their dominance in this series as of late. Newman controls the all-time series, but the Hillcats have been in control for the past few years. But we've seen some wild ones, including a double overtime thriller in this building last year between these two. So who the heck knows what kind of finish we're in for. Hillcats are going to try to make it uneventful in the sense of a close game and send their seniors out with a win in the final home game of the regular season. And Elasian Knapp picking up right where she left off. Game high, 14 points in the first half, played all 20 minutes, and she trots to the foul line here early in the second half.
Yeah, let's see if they can take control here in the first 4 or 5 minutes of the second half in terms of the scoreboard, put this thing to double figures. Right now, Newman has been scoreless the last 4 minutes, and well, add 13 seconds here to start the second half. It's up to 4:20 right now. They didn't have a good finish offensively to that second quarter. Rogers State, see if the defense continues to stand tall.
Knapp with the steal. 2-on-1. Akins takes the bounce pass. Nice feed by Knapp.
Yeah, run the transition game really well there. It's been a part of Rogers State in the past in women's basketball, but not necessarily this season.
On the cut, and the pass just off the fingertips of Perez. Right idea. Pretty good ball security for both teams in the first half. Only 9 combined turnovers, only 3 on the side of RSU.
Yeah, which belies their numbers because both these teams in the bottom 4 in turnovers per game.
Akins left open for 3. Eliza Akins knocks down the triple.
That's a good kick out there by Knapp because she could have turned around, squared up, and shot the 3 herself on the right wing, but elected to skip it over on the opposite side as they reverse the ball and give Eliza Akins a chance from 3.
Another pass off the fingertips. Knapp comes away with it. Good ball movement here by the Hillcats and blocked away by Lovekina. Her second block. Newman's got 5 as a team, but Jones with the steal on the other end.
And you see her versatility just as a true freshman on the defensive end there. Active hands most games this season for the Plano East High School product.
She's going to be a good one for years to come.
Need about 5 more of her in the next couple of recruiting classes.
Inside, Jones follows her own miss. Couldn't get the second shot to go. Timeout taken by Newman. We'll take it with him. 7:43 to go here in the third quarter. Hillcats off and running in the second half, a 6-0 run.
I'm Miranda Esmond-White. Join me for season 13 of Classical Stretch here in beautiful Bermuda. Every workout in this core strengthening series will not only stretch and strengthen your core, but all your 650 muscles. These workouts are for men and women of all ages. Join me for season 13 of Classical Stretch.
Are you ready for a new season of Jay Schwanke's Life in Bloom? The flower phenomenon continues with all new episodes inspired by music, a taste of the tropics, inspirations from Italy, and life's simple pleasures, all delivered to your living room in a stress-free half hour of self-care. It all starts with a flower on Jay Schwanke's Life in Bloom.
Monday afternoon at 1:30 on RSU Public TV.
Josh Haley and Sean Tiemann back with you in Claremore. Hillcats off to a great start in this third quarter, Sean.
Yeah, 6-0 run, like you mentioned, to begin the second half, but take it back to the final few minutes of the second quarter, extend that run to 10-0 over a 6-minute and 32-second span. Right now, Rogers State is hitting some shots to begin this second half and still playing good defense.
Step back 3 for Carissa Beck is no good.
Yeah, she's better at spotting up, catching, and shooting, not off the dribble that time, and she was backpedaling too. You knew that shot was going to be short.
She hit 2 of 4 from outside in the first half. 8 points to lead the way for Newman thus far. And Akins had it tipped away by McMillan going for the pass. Newman on the fast break, scoop layup, left a little bit short by Perez. Knapp turns, faces, fires, no good. Rebounded by Lovekina. Her 5th rebound. Perez blocked away in the paint. 2 Hillcats in there to get hands on it. Akins and Jones on the defending.
Nice recovery by Jones there after being beaten off the dribble drive down low.
Five to shoot. And a foul drawn. Redondo able to get inside and draw the whistle.
Yeah, see, that's where Newman offensively needs to remember that they're better probably at attacking the paint, either with the dribble or throwing it down into a couple of your bigs. Like right now.
Shot off the mark from Lovekina. They're a decent free throw shooting team at just over 70% clip on the season. Lob inside, they were looking for Jackson. Hillcats only had 3 turnovers, but now on back-to-back possessions. Transition, good ball movement. Josie left open for 3, that's no good. Struggles continue from outside for the Jets. They're now just 3 of 18. Knapp, and she'll go to the line.
Yeah, that's where you need some aggression, and it typically comes from Knapp, Alasia Knapp. Right down the left lane line there, was able to bank that through, and the and one coming up. You don't have many others like her on this roster. I would say Destiny Jones is more aggressive than not. Down in the low post, Jackson, when she gets her opportunities, has been. Eliza Akins does like to drive to the basket, but Knapp is always looking to make a play offensively.
Over 1,300 career points for Alasia Knapp, the Tulsa native. Three rattled in for Carissa Beck, her third. Estelle behind the foul line, jumper no good. Loose ball tipped out of bounds, and it'll go the other way. 5:01 to go here in the third quarter. Hillcats outscoring Newman by a clip of 9-3 in the third.
Yeah, that three by Beck was their first points in about a 9-minute stretch. Big offensive drought for the Jets.
Off the dribble, straightaway three. Bounces around a couple of times, but won't fall for Redondo. Akins, who's already hit one this half, off the mark this time. Loose ball. Nice save by our cameraman there. He just saved your laptop, pal.
Thank you.
4:24 to go in the third quarter. We'll take a media timeout. Hillcats lead it by 14.
Welcome to season 9 of Jazzy Vegetarian. Pantry, polenta, lasagna, where everything's vegan, gluten-free, and absolutely delicious. Our espresso, chocolate mousse. Adults are gonna love, kids are gonna love, a fantastic pie, and then to give it just a little bit of sweet, curious, eggplant rollatini. Now that's Italian. It's all right here this season on Jazzy Vegetarian. Oh yeah!
Tuesday morning at 10 on RSU Public TV.
Movable Feast is back, and this year we are celebrating 10 amazing seasons. From the waters of New England to the mountains of Utah, all the way up the West Coast, the country's most exciting chefs and food artisans join us to fish, forage, dive, and dig for the best local ingredients and help us create some unforgettable feasts. So please grab a plate and join us. You don't want to miss it.
Friday morning at 9 on RSU Public TV.
Back in Claremore, 34-20, Rogers State leads the Newman Jets. Hillcats outscoring the opponent 9-3 so far here in the third quarter. And really, even though they've had a couple of turnovers in recent possessions, they're in firm control of this game right now.
Yeah, and I don't know how much their recent injuries with ACLs to Danny Williams and Carly Carlson have hurt them. Those players average about 5 and 4 points a game, combined about 9 to 10 points per contest. But both are guards and can slide over and handle point guard duties. But without them, I'm not sure how much it changes Newman offensively all that much, because they're not a great offensive team by any stretch.
Tipped in the lane and turned over. Good defending in the half court here, but Akins using her speed to get inside, and another shot deterred in the lane.
Yeah, she alters plenty.
Good look from three for McMillan. No good. Offensive rebound, only the second of the game for the Jets. Deep three from Beck. That's a shot she can hit. Make no mistake about it.
Yeah, but at some point, Josh, when you're not hitting the three, you have to find other avenues to try to work your offense. 4 of 20 now from downtown.
Well, and
Beck is the one where, she's attempted over 120 threes coming in, by far the most on the roster. for Newman, and I'd let her have the green light, but maybe not anybody else.
Estelle, another shot blocked, but she stayed with it and draws the foul.
Yeah, that's tough when you're, as an undersized post player, or at least compared to the defender you're going against. The Newman player there, Delaney Wiley, is an extraordinary shot blocker. Tall task to try to get your shot off, number one, but try to rebound against it as well after you miss. And Gambastell did a good job of staying with it.
Belton, Missouri native rattles in the second. They've always been very high on her communication, which is especially important because she's behind the defense and kind of help direct that traffic in there.
Oh, great steal.
All alone up front for one of the league's best. Eliza Akins averages over 1.5 steals per game and an easy bucket there. Highly contested shot back way off the mark that time. Good ball movement in transition here. Decent look that time for Beck, but no good.
I guess it's like in a football game where you're behind a lot, so you just start passing all the time. Well, when you're behind a lot, I guess you just keep chucking the three up.
Beck is now 3 of 7 from outside. Only other player that's made one is Amaya Josie. The foul here was charged to Wiley. That's her third personal for the player that already has 3 blocks this afternoon. 10th game this year for Wiley with at least 3 blocks. That is an astounding number. Hillcats are 7 of 11 at the foul line now. Pushing the lead up to its largest at 19. That corner 3 no good. Offensive rebound. Nice pass by Beck, cutting to the bucket but taken away. Estelle anticipated and just swiped it right out of the hands. Fowler stepping past some contact on a baseline drive. Bounce pass in transition by Redondo leads to a foul. And was Levkina in the act of shooting yet?
I don't think she was, but they're going to say so or no?
No.
She thought so.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or maybe she didn't and was just trying to sell it, but
didn't sell it too hard.
Got to respect the effort, I guess. That's the 4th team foul, final one to give of the quarter for RSU. So both teams now in the bonus for the remaining 103 of this third period. 14-3, Hillcats outscoring the Jets, who are just 3 of 22 from the field over the last 2 quarters. Hillcats 4 of 10 in this third.
Which is their best quarter so far.
And there you go. Bonus situation here for Newman. Reminder to stay with us in between games. Senior Day festivities will be going on here inside of the Expo Center, and we'll have the coverage for you on RSU Public TV. Followed by the men's contest, which is scheduled to tip at 3:30. The final home game of the season for Rogers State basketball. Rogers State women coming off a heartbreaking loss to UCO on Thursday night, in which the Broncos got 2 free throws with 1 second remaining after the Hillcats were called for a loose ball offensive foul. And Sean, they've seemed pretty determined from the get-go here tonight to erase that bad taste out of their mouth.
Yeah, just 2 games left in the regular season. You go on the road to face a real good Central Missouri Jenny team next Thursday in Warrensburg, Missouri, and then you close it out a week from today, next Saturday afternoon against the Lincoln Blue Tigers, a team you beat here at home. So, well, Rogers State seemingly a chance at one more victory after this weekend concludes here with Senior Day as Jones knocks down a free throw. Look at what they've done defensively, though, during this 5-game losing streak. They've only allowed 61, 59, 57, and 56 points their last 4 games. Offensively, it's been a real challenge this year in her first season for Heather Davis.
Jones with the rebound here. It's been a collaborative effort on the glass tonight for RSU. You've got 4 different players with at least 4 rebounds, being Jackson, Jones, Fowler, and Goldsby. Whistle and a foul, and there will be free throws for RSU with 5.2 to go in the quarter.
Hillcats winning the quarter, obviously by a good distance, after holding the halftime lead here at home, and up right now by 19 points. That's what I expected them to do against this Newman team, who's not played all that well as of late. And they lose at Northeastern State, a close game, 58-51 Thursday. Last leg of the road trip. Typically difficult to win road games in this conference anyway.
Desperation heave at the buzzer by Redondo is off the mark, and we've reached the end of the third quarter. Hillcats will take a 20-point lead into the fourth. We'll have it for you when we come back on RSU Public TV.
Here at Melster, we travel the world in search of new ideas.
The quickest way to get a great meal on the table is to work with high-impact ingredients.
It sounds really complex, but it's actually really simple to make.
You enjoy it, too.
I love it.
For something that comes together with such little effort, it has huge flavors.
Wow. What you want to hear is the sizzle reel.
There we go.
That's flavor, baby.
This tastes like home, no matter where home is.
That is so good.
Let's get started.
Monday morning at 10 on RSU Public TV.
On this season of Patty's Mexican Table, I'm diving deep into one of Mexico's most storied, vibrant states, Yucatan. Rich with history, legends, and flavor, Yucatan uniquely blends cultures from the old world and new world into every bite. Join me to experience the magic from the Mayan kingdoms.
Tuesday afternoon at 3 on RSU Public TV.
42-22, Rogers State leads Newman as we get set to begin the fourth quarter. Very dominating third quarter, Sean Tiemann, for the Hillcats.
Yeah, Rogers State extended this lead out, and right now it's at its biggest at 20. Hillcat defense was really locking down in that man-to-man, and a lot of tip passes, some steals. Liza Akins out on the break had a chance and put one in, and Rogers State's just doing outstanding work defensively.
Love Keena looking to go to work. And she'll go to the line. Nice finish by Lovkina. 6'1" sophomore who had career highs of 15 and 7 in this building last year before fouling out in the first overtime after having completed 2 3-point plays. So that old-fashioned and one, that's nothing new for the Latvian forward.
Yeah, she has a good skill set down on the post. They just haven't really utilized her in this game because they've hoisted over 23s.
Knocking down just 4 of those. Meanwhile, Eliza Akins drains her second of the game. She's in double figures with 10.
Now that's good to see somebody else besides Alasia Knapp hit a 3-ball in this game.
Knapp hit 3 of them in the first half. Akins is the only other player who's even attempted one. And there's a 3 that goes home for Amaya Josie. She's coming off a 13-point game at NSU on Thursday night. Went 3 of 8 from downtown in that one. 2 of 7 here today is Josie, the senior from Gilbert, Arizona. Jackson trying to bank one home. Trinity Jackson, the senior from just down the road in Jinx. Top 10 in Rogers State career rebounds, offensive rebounds, and blocks. One of those will be honored here today on Senior Day. Kylie Day will check out of the game for the Hillcats.
Now they have the 4 seniors, but you look at this team from a guard standpoint, they're very, very young.
Now your starting point guard, Goldsby, just a sophomore. Freshman Destiny Jones, who's played some extremely valuable minutes, especially as of late, and Jackson has a chance at a 3-point play.
Now this team has had good ball movement this entire second half. I like the crisp passing on the perimeter, and they've been able to work it inside and then back out when they've had to. This time, Jackson able to score down in the low post. She's had more success against Lovkina than she has against Wiley.
Jackson among the league leaders in 3 major statistical categories. Rebounding and blocks, notably.
She's had 5 games with 3 block shots, and not necessarily a natural shot blocker. It's just because she plays down in the low post, and her size has been used to her advantage.
Yeah, you kind of forget how long she is until she's defending, and it's like the arms just keep stretching out. 19-point advantage for the Hillcats here in the fourth quarter. Lob down low for Knapp. Up and under, draws the foul.
Yeah, see, I think since this second half has started, they've had a purpose offensively. That's a good post pass there.
Trinity Jackson already with 1 assist in this game on a very similar play, just that dump off into the paint to Knapp and let her go to work and do her thing. How about 8 steals today for the Hillcats from 6 different players, and 14-0, Sean, on points off turnovers.
And just 6 turnovers themselves. And, you know, you've seen all the home games. Typically, you're looking at this team turning the ball over 15 to 20 times a game. And there have been a few occasions over 20, which has really limited them offensively in terms of volume of possessions. Yeah, they're on pace for, maybe a little bit more than their season low in conference play in turnovers. They only turned it over 8 times against Washburn.
Whistle and a foul, second team foul against the Hillcats. Akins with her second personal.
No coincidence that 8 turnover game against Washburn was at home, and they won that contest 65-54. So this team has been capable, and I don't think they've lived up to their potential this season.
Now that was the Hillcats' last win. They came close on that same homestand, lost a crushing defeat to Emporia State by just 2 points to end that homestand. And then, of course, losing by just 2 to UCO here on Thursday.
And had 13 turnovers in that 79-77 loss to Emporia State. So when they've turned it over less than 15 times, you can see what that translates to offensively.
We'll take a media timeout. 7 minutes to go. Hillcats in control.
Join me, Gabe McCauley, as we explore the greatness of America.
Back in the 60s when President Kennedy said we're going to the moon, it was the entire country that got behind it.
Somebody has looked around and said the reason people are sad, unhappy, and miserable is because work is bad.
Tracing the roots of progress from then to now and how. This is Reconnecting Roots.
Tuesday evening at 5 on RSU Public TV.
It's the gateway to great barbecue, where Midwestern flair meets mouth-watering flavor.
Welcome to St. Louis, where the music is blue and the barbecue is always red hot.
Join Stephen Reichlin over the live fire for scrumptious new dishes, surprising ingredients,
Woo! Okay.
and special guests.
Yummus. Don't miss an all-new season of Project Fire.
Friday morning at 10 on RSU Public TV.
Back in Claremore, 49-28. Hillcats in control here as we start to come down the stretch. Josh Haley and Sean Tiemann with you on Senior Day. Festivities to take place in between games, and then the men scheduled to tip off against Newman at 3:30 in the final home games of the season. Both Hillcat teams will be on the road next week. A road trip up to the state of Missouri, Warrensburg, and Jefferson City, the sites where the Hillcats will take on Central Missouri and Lincoln, respectively. Nice lob off the inbound. They knew the shot clock was low. Just not the finish that they were looking for. Caden Mershon has checked in for Rogers State, along with Amaya Gallegos.
Two of those young guards we were talking about.
Yep. Gallegos, the freshman from Garden City, Kansas. Turnaround bank shot for Delaney Wiley. Just her second field goal attempt, but she's hit them both. 4 points to go along with her 3 rebounds and 3 blocks. The lefty, Caden Mershon, loads up from 3, no good. Wiley with the board. Underneath, looking for Wiley again, but had it knocked out of her hands by Alasia Knapp. Hillcats will reset. Mershon, little runner, won't go, and Knapp, in an attempt to keep it alive, called for the foul. You love the effort there from Alasia Knapp. Sean, it's a 19-point lead right now. She's played a great game. The leading scorer with 18, but still trying to make effort plays like that.
Yeah, she wants another 20-point or better game. Is she at 9, I think, on the season? Around that number in terms of 20 or more this season. And she's played extremely well offensively here in this contest today.
She scored 21 or more in 4 of the last 7 ball games. Second leading scorer in the league at over 16.5 per outing. Deep 3 with a hand in her face, Monica Redondo.
Nice looking shot, right? It swishes in, but you see how difficult it was just to get it off. That's been the story of the game.
Nice feed inside, and Knapp with the finish.
There's your 20, or better than 20, 23 now.
Tenth 20-point game of the year.
Yeah, she was at 21 prior to that make in the low post area. I had her shorted by 2 prior to that, so yeah, Knapp has had a wonderful game offensively. And it's not like she's at 25 shot attempts in this one. She's had some games where she's attempted a lot of the field goals for RSU offensively. And this one a little bit more efficient, 23 at the moment.
She's also chipped in 3 assists and only has 2 turnovers. 29 and change of work, and straight away Trinity Jackson knocks down the 3, and look how thrilled the sideline is for her. Her first 3-point attempt of the season.
Yes, and the bench absolutely loves that 3-point shot that line drives in for Jackson, showing her outside game. All smiles on that bench. They're still laughing about the 3.
She had 1 attempt last season.
And she caught that in a good rhythm. It wasn't like it was closely contested. There was a defender in the space, in the area, but she elected to catch and shoot and rip it, and they erupt off the bench to congratulate Jackson for making that 3 at half court.
That was no accident. You could tell there was something. There's something other to that story. There's got to be, like in practice. Maybe she made a pact that she would take 1 3-point attempt before the home slate was over this season, and she'll be honored on Senior Day today. But they were waiting for that one.
Yeah, she's all smiles over in the timeout huddle. Just under 4 minutes to go in the final quarter. That was a pretty cool moment right there.
Well, since she made the first one, you've got to think she's going to attempt another one, right? I mean, you have to, don't you? Or do you
I'd
call it quits?
Good. Yeah, I'd call it good. 1 for 1 on the season. Don't attempt any on the road next week. You're a 100% 3-point shooter this year. Your senior season, no less, right?
Meanwhile, at the other end, free throw attempt for Monica Redondo. 83% foul shooter. Best on the team. Officials talking something over here. They looked up at the scoreboard, and I don't know if it's a problem with the total team fouls or who the personal got charged to. On the move, Gallegos had it swatted away, and transition the other end. Amaya Perez with the bucket. First points off of a turnover today for Newman. Only the Hillcats' 8th turnover. Knapp falling away, tough shot, in and out. Thought she was going to get the roll there. Reminder to stay with us at the conclusion of this game. We'll have the Senior Day festivities from here in the Expo Center. Both basketball teams, as well as the Rogers State cheer squad, will be honored for Senior Day, followed by the men's contest. Bucket there for Jaden McMillan, the freshman. Tanaya Tees has checked into the game for RSU. Tulsa native, transfer from North Central Missouri.
Yeah, that pass that went sailing out of bounds, just their 7th turnover of the game, and they may keep it under their conference season low of 8.
Good defending that time by Jackson. Just didn't give anything at all for Love Kina to have an opening. Knapp already with a game high 23, and she's tied her career high in three-pointers, her fourth triple of the afternoon.
Yeah, and you look at, again, what she does with just an open jumper. She can hit that three a lot of the times when she's that wide open.
So smooth, that jump shot from the first-year Hillcat. That was online, but just a bit too strong. Rebounded by Jackson.
Yes, her prolific scoring ability. Had she been here for 3 or 4 years, she would definitely be the leading scorer in the program's history. Started out at Division I Little Rock and went to UCO.
Estelle's going to fire a three. Beck, who's had a great career for Newman as well, one of the program's all-time leading three-point shooters. Alasia Knapp, Trinity Jackson, and Cameron Estelle on senior day, and with fellow senior Mariana Minota injured but on the sideline with this team all year long. Those seniors get the final curtain call here at the Claremore Expo Center. And they played well today. Came out like a team on a mission, and they were not going to be denied. Really left nothing to interpretation in this second half, and really from the second quarter on. RSU led by 8 at halftime and then outscored the Jets 17-5 in the third quarter as Caden Mershon knocks down the free throw. Redshirt freshman out of Tulsa's Metro Christian coming off a season-ending knee injury a year ago. The lefty can really shoot it.
Really nice to see this team rewarded here today for their efforts. I mean, you're at 39 points and allowed, you're up 20. You're going to have maybe a season low in conference games and turnovers with just 7. Played pretty efficient.
3 left short by Josie, and the shot clock turned off. The Hillcats can wind this clock out. Heather Davis and Ashley Pitts got to be pleased with the way that their team played today from start to finish, and it equals a 20-point win on senior day over the Newman Jets. A good feeling for the Hillcats, who have had so many close losses throughout the year, especially lately here at home. Not to be denied today, Sean.
Yeah, they shot almost 46% in the final quarter to put the nail into the coffin in this contest here on senior day. And Rogers State, obviously with 3 seniors out there playing. Mariana Minoto injured basically just past the midway point of conference season and didn't have a chance here to play their final home game, but she's been one of their biggest cheerleaders, and you see her on the road in practice, leading some cheers for this team and keeping their spirits about them despite a season-long 5-game losing streak. So really nice to see them pick up this final home victory of 23-24.
Cameron Estelle finished with 4 points, 2 steals and a block. Trinity Jackson, 7 points, 7 rebounds, an assist and a steal. And Alasia Knapp, you said, expected her to have a big game on senior day, and did she ever?
Yeah, the 26 points on 8 of 20 shooting, 4 of 7 from 3, was in a good rhythm from 3 right from the opening bell in this game and hit 6 of 9 at the foul line. Led the team in assists as well today with 4 of them and a couple of steals. So she had a very, very impressive final game here on the home court, and hopefully that translates taking it on the road for the final 2 next week at Central Missouri on Thursday. Very good Jenny outfit, and then you play at Lincoln to close out the season.
So the Hillcat women close out the home schedule with a victory. They improved to 10-16, 5-15 in league play, and they'll finish 23-24 with a 9-8 home record, while Newman falls to 1-19 in the league, 1-11 in road games. It's time now to join in with PA announcer Larry Smith here inside the Expo as we begin the Senior Day festivities. Enjoy.
A 3-year member of the Rogers State cheerleading team, Bobby has been an integral part of what we like to call Hillcat Spirit. He's a member of the Alpha Chi Honor Society, National Society of Leadership and Success, maintaining a 3.9 GPA throughout his 4 years here on the Hill. Bobby has found himself on the President's and Dean's Honor Roll for every semester. Off campus, Bobby enjoys giving back to the community, raising money for ALS research, or regularly participating in Relay for Life. Bobby was a member of the 2022 cheer team, where RSU scored the highest in program history at NCAA College Nationals in Daytona Beach, Florida, where he says his favorite memory with the cheer team is riding on the Vomitron after our team dinner. After graduation in May, Bobby plans to pursue a master's degree in kinesiology and later a career as a performance coach. This senior from Claremore, Oklahoma, Bobby Case. Lastly, representing your RSU cheer team, senior Sydney Callender. A 4-year member of the team, Sydney prides herself in leading by example. A hard-working and diverse athlete, Sydney has redefined what it means to be a cheerleader for RSU. She was also a member of the 2022 highest-scoring team in RSU history, bringing home a 93.87 from NCAA College Nationals in Daytona Beach. Sydney is an active on campus as a member of the National Society of Leadership and Success, as well as a member of the College of Republicans. During her time here on the Hill, Sydney has worked full-time jobs. She also volunteers her time to coach CYFA, working with the future cheerleaders of tomorrow. She's maintained a 3.4 GPA, all while set to receive her real estate license by graduation in May. Her favorite memory at RSU is competing on the band shell in Daytona. After receiving her bachelor's degree in business administration and management, Cindy will begin her career as a real estate agent. The senior from Claremore, Oklahoma, Cindy Callender. And now, fans, if you can please direct your attention to midcourt for our basketball team. Our first men's basketball senior this afternoon is Azarian Stevens. Azarian came to RSU after transferring from Western Wyoming Community College in his 2 years with the Hillcats. He's seen action in 41 games and scored 39 points with 29 rebounds, 14 assists and steals, and a block. His career best game came last season in an 82-70 win over Pittsburgh State at home, when he scored 6 points off 2 3-pointers with a rebound, an assist, and a steal. A senior from Racine, Wisconsin, Azarian Stevens. Our next senior is Evan Anderson. Evan arrived on the Hill after transferring from future MIAA member Arkansas Fort Smith. In his only season in the Red and Navy, Evan has played and started all 25 games with 224 points, 67 rebounds, 39 assists, 29 steals, and 4 blocks. So far this season, he's second on the team shooting at 43.3% from threes and 89.4% from the free throw line. His season best performance came in the High Desert Classic against number 5 West Texas A&M, where he put up 25 points with 5 assists, 4 rebounds, and a steal. A senior from Carrollton, Texas, Evan Anderson. Up next is Isaac Johnson. Isaac came to RSU after transferring from Division I Nicholls State. In his 2 years here with the Hillcats, he's played in 54 games with 40 starts, including starting all 25 games so far this season. He's totaled 571 points, 186 rebounds, 72 assists, 57 steals, and 7 blocks. This season, he has played a large role in RSU's offensive success, setting second on the team with 14.5 points per game. He's also ranked 6th in the MIAA and tied for the lead on the team with 38 steals. His career best game came recently in the 89-87 overtime win over Northeastern State, when he put up 29 points with 3 assists, a rebound, and a steal. A senior from Minneapolis, Minnesota, Isaac Johnson. Our final men's basketball senior is Rodney Battle. Rodney joined the Hillcats from Miles College. In his only season in the Red and Navy, he's played and started in 24 games with 353 points, 61 rebounds, 39 assists, 14 steals, and a block. Coming into today's game, Rodney currently leads the team averaging 14.7 points per game, ranked second in Division II with a 92.8 free throw percentage. His season best game came in the 83-76 win over Emporia State on homecoming when he led all scorers, putting up 24 points, 3 rebounds, and an assist. A senior from Columbus, Georgia, Rodney Battle. Our first women's basketball senior is none other than Cameron Estelle. Cameron came to RSU after transferring from Palm Beach Atlantic. In her 2 years on the Hill, she's played in 45 games with 3 starts and 210 points, 140 rebounds, 24 assists, 21 steals, and 3 blocks. Cameron's career best performance came last season at Newman when she scored 13 points, 6 rebounds, and 2 assists. A senior from Belton, Missouri, Cameron Estelle. Our next senior is Alasia Knapp. Alasia joined the Hillcats after transferring from fellow MIAA member Central Oklahoma. In her only season in the Red and Navy, she's played 25 games with 24 starts. Alasia has been a force on the floor for the Hillcats this season, scoring a team-high 416 points, 150 rebounds, 37 assists, 29 steals, and 19 blocks. She currently ranks third in the MIAA with an average of 16.6 points per game. Coming into today, Alasia has made her mark on the single-season school record book, setting in second in points per game, third in field goals made, and fifth in total points. Her season best performance came in the season opener against MSU Moorhead when she went off for 36 points. 2 points shy of the single-game school record with 7 rebounds, 3 assists, a block, and a steal. A senior from Tulsa, Oklahoma, Alasia Knapp. Up next is Mariana Minotu. Mariana came to RSU from Clarendon College. Her 2 seasons on the Hill, she's played in 41 games with 110 points, 120 rebounds, 19 steals, 15 assists, and 5 blocks. Mariana's career best performance came earlier this season in the win over Kansas Christian when she put up 14 points with 6 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals, and a block. A senior from Criciúma, Brazil, Mariana Minotu. Our final senior is Trinity Jackson. Trinity arrived on the Hill after transferring from Northeastern Oklahoma A&M. Her 2 seasons with the Hillcats, she's played in 53 games, 49 starts, and 275 points, 356 rebounds, 40 blocks, 36 assists, and 28 steals. This season, Trinity leads RSU in rebounding with 6.8 boards per game, 25 steals. She also ranks 7th in the MIAA in blocks and 10th in rebounding. Her career best performance came earlier this season in a win over Haskell when she put up together a double-double of 13 points, 11 rebounds with an assist. A senior from Jinx, Oklahoma, Trinity Jackson. Let's give all our seniors one more big round of applause.
It's something unpredictable, but in the end it's right. I hope you had the time of your life. It's something unpredictable, but in the end is right. I hope you had the time of your life. Another turning point, a fork stuck in the road. Time grabs you by the wrist, directs you where to go. So make the best of this test and don't ask why. It's It's not a question, but a lesson learned in time. It's something unpredictable, but in the end is right. I hope you had the time of your life. So take the photographs and still frames in your mind. Hang it on a shelf in good health and good time. Tattoos and memories and dead skin on trial. For what it's worth, it was worth all the while. It's something unpredictable, but in the end is right. I hope you had the time of your life.
The school on the hill in Claremore. It is a place of beauty, history, and tradition. The story of what is now known as Rogers State University began in 1909. And for over 50 years, OMA provided a system of military training and education to help meet the need of the United States Armed Forces. Men like William Potts, Ed Ramsey, and Timothy Malchenko. More than 2,500 OMA cadets served in the United States Armed Forces during World War II, the Korean War, and the Vietnam War. Over 100 gave their lives. In 1971, the winds of change once again swept through the school on the hill. OMA made way for Claremore Junior College. And after a couple of decades and a few name changes, we became known as Rogers State University. The foundation that began in 1909 is now stronger than ever. Students from all over the world attend RSU. With campuses in Claremore, Bartlesville, and Pryor, enrollment is over 4,000 strong and growing. At Rogers State University, our success isn't about us, it's about our students. 100 years ago, no one could have imagined the school on the hill would have grown and flourished as it has. Let RSU become the place to start your life's journey, and go Hillcats!
Here with Rogers State men's basketball head coach Justin Barkley. I'm Corey King. Justin, how are you doing today?
I'm good, Corey. Thanks for having me on your show.
Hey, it's always my pleasure to get a chance to sit down and talk men's basketball with you. But to get started, last year we got a chance to get a first-round bye in the MIAA tournament. How do you carry that momentum into this year?
Well, as a basketball coach and now starting my 14th year here on the Hill, to me, every year is a new challenge. You can't really live in the past. We'll be struggling to always fill those shoes that's moved on. But a new challenge, a new group, and comes with that new opportunities to grow and get better.
Well, Coach, with losing, three all, MIAA players, those are tough, like you said, tough shoes to fill, including, the all-time leader in blocks with Joey Sirocco. What is that like to fill those roles? Like, how do you put these new players in and fill these big gaps?
Well, the first thing you got to evaluate is what's returning, and then you try to build around that. The transfer portal, high school recruiting, junior college recruiting has really taken on a new dynamic, And what you try to do is fill those holes you feel like that you need a little bit more strength in. And I think we identified that with high school recruiting. We signed 1 junior college young man, and then we signed 3 out of the transfer portal. So, you know, those types of opportunities that presented themselves, we feel like our staff did an outstanding job going out, beating the bushes, and finding guys that we felt like were fit for our program.
Mm-hmm. And, you know, we talk about the transfer portal and those guys that are coming in. You know, your job for you, and that is, you know, very difficult when you got new guys coming in, new guys leaving. You got, you know, your guys that are returning, is building culture. How do you, you know, bring these new faces in a short period of time to be like, we're one team, we're the Hillcats, and this is what we embody?
That's probably one of the most difficult things to do in today's climate when it comes to college athletics. When you're worried about chemistry, buy-in, things of that nature, you know, first of all, you got to identify good people. And we feel like we've done that as we've got to know young men during the recruiting process. We visited them. To me, you want to, if you're going to run a true team, you got to find guys that want to be there for the right reasons. And we feel like we've done that. I've enjoyed the journey to this point with each and every one of these kids. They've worked hard. They've taken care of their business in the classroom. And then I think, you know, each year now, it turns into team building. You know, culture is a big word. Program building is a big word. But to me, it's from August to March, you know, and then you never know what may happen come March and who's coming and who's going. I think the new age of college recruiting and athletics is changing, but it's our job to evolve and to get with the time.
You know, although we got to get with the time, there's still that, you know, the original way that we brought people in of, you know, I'm going to go out to an AAU tournament and bring guys in. And we brought in 2 freshmen this year with Bryson Tillery and Aiden Purdue. What are these guys that, you know, are young and, you know, may not see a lot of time, you know, this year, but are going to be impactful players? How do you see them being impactful for the Hillcats later down the road?
Well, I'm glad you brought that up. I still believe in the development process and watching young men grow. I remember going through the same thing they're going through as an 18-year-old freshman. So just watching the maturation process continue to develop, not only just getting away from home, new surroundings, it's you know, you got to learn responsibility in a new level. But I've just really enjoyed, you know, during the recruiting period of both Bryce and Aiden, they were respectful young men, but they're very good basketball players, come from great homes. They will be great additions to our program.
And, you know, we love talking about these new faces, and it's awesome that we were able to bring in these, you know, amazing 2 freshmen, but we love familiar faces. And we got a chance to speak to our Melbourne, Australian native, Sam Davidson, and we got a chance to talk to him about his experience at Rogers State.
So pretty much my beginnings at playing basketball was started with me and my dad. Bought me a little kind of mini hoop to play on in the backyard, and that's pretty much how I started. Playing basketball in Australia, it's definitely a long way away from America. I got the opportunity to play in a high school over here, and I said, yeah, let's make the jump, and moved over here and got the jump into college. I had a few options, and definitely RSU stood out the most to me just because of the conference it was in. It was definitely a very tough conference, and I thought, you know, why not play at the highest level I can? So pretty much my favourite moment would be hitting the last second shot to send the boys into overtime against Lincoln last season. It was a big shot, kind of got everyone around it, and yeah, it was a good one. My favourite community service that we participate in is probably going down to the elementary school and just hanging out with those guys and just kind of, you know, giving back to the community, as they love having us there and kind of get excited. After my time here at RSU, I definitely hope to go back home and play basketball and continue my basketball career back in Australia. If not, I haven't really kind of decided what I want to do outside of basketball yet, so I'm just kind of riding the wave until, you know, something else comes up.
So Sam Davidson, a lethal shooter, shooting 44% last year from three. What has he done for your team, both on and off the court?
Well, first of all, Sam is the first Australian I've ever recruited and coached, and I'll be honest, I hope it's not the last. What I love about Sam is he is about the team first, extremely coachable. We may not have another player on our team that works as hard as he does, and just to watch his growth from last year into this year has been great. He's very enjoyable to be around. The young man, any success he's going to have, he's earned it. He's done it the hard way. Sam is one of the first guys in the gym and one of the last guys to leave. And those type of young men you want to see have a lot of things go their way. And I'm expecting big things for Sam. This is year 2 in the program. There's a lot of understanding of our concepts. Usually guys that go from year 1 to year 2 have a lot of growth, and I think that's going to happen this year.
And we're talking about, concepts, and, obviously he's coming from overseas, kind of a different brand of basketball than it is here in the States. Talk about what that transition period is like, trying to, get someone that may not be familiar with how we, state things to get on the same page.
Well, I can tell you this, there's a kind of a rule of thumb with Australians. They're usually pretty tough, and they compete, and that is what Sam is. And this kid is very blue collar. The young man will run through a wall. He's scrappy. He does a lot of things that we value within our program, like things that Sam does sometimes doesn't always show up in the stat sheet, but there are things that we value, we talk about, and it's just part of our culture and what we've tried to build over the last 14 years. So, it's been really neat to watch Sam's growth and definitely his buy-in to our program.
And that's so important to have those program guys that help the young guys understand that it isn't, what you did in high school does not matter now. We're here at, Rogers State, and we got to play a particular type of way. And with that being said, you lost your long-time, assistant, but now you've brought in a new assistant, Jimmy Boone. What is that like, or what has he brought to the table with the new assistant coach role?
Well, to be quite honest with you, before we signed anybody, I thought the most important signing we was going to get was me finding a right-hand man. And I think Coach Boone has, with his wealth of experience, he's been to multiple NCAA tournaments working for his father for so many years, who's really well respected within the coaching community. He's helped me so much. It's like having another head coach on that bench with me. The ideas, the knowledge, the confidence, the things he sees, for me has definitely allowed me to take a step back in terms of not feeling like you got to plug so many holes. But my staff has been awesome. I've been very blessed to have loyal, hardworking young guys that have bright futures in this business.
And it's important to have, like you said, there's people who are going to back you up. Obviously, you can't see everything on the court, so you got to have people to see the fine details that you may have missed that one time or so. But in 14, obviously this is your 14th year, and you've had only 1 year where you're below 500. Talk about that level of success and how you've built that here at Rogers State.
Well, I'd be remiss to say that 1 year was COVID year, and we all know how much of a circus that was. The on, off again. We didn't even get to play any exhibition games. We played only conference games. There wasn't any non-conference games to build up. But to me, you try to identify what your strengths are, what you believe in, the demands of the program. You don't really veer off of that. And one thing we've done is we've tried to identify people that, student athletes that really embody things that we really care about. And, we've been lucky. This program has always been built on the players. And it's our job to try to, put those guys in the best position as possible to have success. And to me, I've just been fortunate to have some really good student athletes here.
And, with the season right around the corner, like you said, you had a couple scrimmages already, an exhibition game already. What are you most excited about for this year and the products that's going to be out in the court?
I'd probably just see watching our guys grow. I think the older I've gotten, the more years I've gotten under my belt, not so much about wins and losses, just about being the best that we can. I do think this team has a high ceiling. When that light bulb stays on and stops flickering at some point, I think we got an opportunity to do some really good things, but I've learned not to put the cart ahead of the horse. You know, to me, all you can control is your very next day. You try not to look in the rear view. You know, let's improve, you know, by 5% more each day. If we can do those types of things, I think this team could be a lot of fun to watch. It's a lot of fun to be around. We have good kids in our program, and hopefully it's something we can build on.
Most definitely, and we are, you know, so excited to see the product on the court. And obviously, it's right around the corner next week. So, Coach, we appreciate your time and look forward to seeing you on the court. For Rogers State men's basketball head coach Justin Barkley, I'm Corey King. Thank you for watching.
I can't always find my keys, so the getaway never sucks. My knees are trashed, yet I'm agile as any jump buck. And I can get shows in any city I wanna go. So every day is great in some kind of way. Every day is great, what can I say? The depraved duplicitous, the jealous, always taking a shot. My initial suspicions and instincts are never far off. And though distracted by pain and a girl I'll never see again, still every day is great in some kind of way. Every day is great, what can I say? What can I say? Often find myself in the midst of an impressive lot. It's a skill, a knack, a talent I've gladly got. And because of I now know a girl from way up north, man can she sing. Every day is great in some kind of way. Every day is great, what can I say? Oh, every day is great in some kind of way. Every day is great, what can I say?
I started playing basketball late my freshman year of high school, so I was real late into the basketball world. I played soccer for 9 years before that. I chose RSU because I wanted to be close to home, so I knew that I could finish through here with a good spirit and just good vibes. My favorite community service engagement was when we met up at this Baptist church in Claremore to walk the elementary kids. We all gathered together with the kids in the basketball groups, and so we just got to walk the kids from the church to the school. It was just kind of something that was more just fun for the kids and just to get them ready to have a good day for school. My big dream after school would be to open a school up for special needs kids. I have a younger special needs brother, and I've been around a lot of kids that are challenged, and they are the brightest human beings in the world. And so I just want to be able to make them have somewhere that they can call home and be able to be, an athlete in a different way.
I talk to thousands of people a day. 106.1 The Twister, Oklahoma's #1. If people have a bad day at work, hopefully driving home I can play something or say something that'll turn their day around. Working at a real radio station at RSU prepared me for what I'm doing now. It all started for me at Rogers State University.
Well, Rogers State University men's basketball goes for its 10th home victory here in the 23-24 college basketball season as they play their final home game of the season. Pleasant good afternoon. Welcome courtside at the Claremore Expo Center as Rogers State closes out its final home MIAA twin bill of the season. The men's game is ready to go here at the Expo. RSU against the Newman Jets, school out of Wichita, Kansas. Sean David alongside Josh Haley. Welcome to this one. Should be another fun afternoon, evening of Rogers State basketball. The Hillcat men's team comes in 15-10, tied for third place. Josh Haley in the conference standings at 12-7 after a thrilling, dramatic, come-from-behind victory over Central Oklahoma on Thursday night, double overtime, 102-99. Rogers State offensively really good in that contest. Defense left a lot to be desired, but they gutted out another victory here on the home court.
Against a really, really good team who really had a revenge factor going since the Hillcats upset them on their home floor the first time. And you're talking about a team that had already won 18 games this year, had been to the last 2 NCAA tournaments. For RSU to knock them off not once but twice, and as Coach Justin Barkley said in the postgame, finding ways to survive. And it doesn't have to be pretty, but can you just find a way to win at this stage in the season? The Hillcats have proven that they can.
Yeah, and Rogers State, as typical, really good on the home floor. 4 of the last 5 have been victories overall at home this season, 9-3, going for their 10th victory here on the home court. Rogers State 9-3 in its last 12 games and still seeding to be determined at least in that number 3 spot. There are 3 games left, including today. Rogers State is only 2 games back of second place Fort Hays State, but still remain tied with Washburn and Pitt State for third in the MIAA.
And with how tight this league is, the other side of that is, hey, if you hit a drought late, you could also fall to maybe as low as 8th going into the tournament and have to play on the opening day, which nobody wants to have to do that. If you finish in the top 6, you avoid that. So, yeah, you could move up or down, and nobody's going to give you any favors. Nobody's going to show any mercy. And this Newman team, although it's been a struggle for them, they're looking to spoil the party here on senior day and, deal the Hillcats a blow in this rivalry that's kind of developed in the D2 era.
The Cardiac Cats have played 3 of their last 6 games overtime. Rogers State now 2-2 after that victory on Thursday. Newman Jets, meanwhile, enter the fray today, 8-17 overall, 4-15 in the conference. They sit in 13th place. They can't make the postseason tournament. 9 of 10 have already qualified. Newman comes in 1-9 on the road, just 1-8 in road conference games after a Thursday night loss over in Tahlequah to Northeastern State. And a high-scoring affair, 98-88. Stevie Strong can really fill the basket, but their defense this season gives up 80 points a game. Rogers State on the home floor looking to take advantage of that.
Yeah, and for RSU coming off of that high-octane performance on the offensive end, like you mentioned, and then you look at Newman's game, they allowed NSU to hit 12 of 19 from beyond the arc. I mean, that is ridiculous. And RSU not known to be a team that's going to chuck up a lot of threes, but when they do, and if you leave them open, they're going to take it and they're going to hit them at a high clip, over 37%. So if Newman doesn't guard the three-point line, for the Hillcats, who have been especially good on their home court, it could be another high-scoring day.
Newman has just 2 wins in its last 14 games, and one of those came against Barclay College as they stepped outside of MIAA play back on February 13th. The other was their first road win this season on February 10th at Nebraska Kearney, 90-85. Let's not slight Newman because they do have a signature victory this season at home over Fort Hays State in overtime on December 17th.
And that just goes to show the depth of the league, right? I mean, you look at the standings, Newman is 13th out of 14 teams, and yet they have a win over the team that is second in the MIAA, a team that's in great position to get to another NCAA tournament in Fort Hays State. So that just goes to show that there's no show up and win games in this league. And we know one thing, Sean, for sure, from this Newman team, seeing them for the past decade or so, that they're extremely well coached under a veteran and former coach of the year in the conference.
All right, take a break. Back in 60 seconds. Tip off next. Final MIAA at home game of the season for Rogers State. 2 left, but on the road next week. Hillcats entertain the Newman Jets out of Wichita, Kansas here on Senior Day. This is RSU Public TV.
So I started cooking with my grandma ever since I was probably about 5. And ever since then, I've always had a passion for cooking. I love being in the kitchen.
I would like to open my own restaurant someday. Breakfast is my favorite dish to make.
We had fun. And we're very impressed with all these young people. They're going to do something with their lives as a result of shows like this.
Hey Art Buds, I'm Freddie.
And I'm Ty.
And we are sitting in Grandma Tilly's art studio.
She's a character.
She definitely is. And this summer, she's introducing us to some creative people as we go on an art quest to the coolest spots in the city.
Bet. This summer is going to be awesome.
We're meeting real artists and going to the places that they work.
Monday afternoon at 4 on RSU Public TV.
Starters being introduced. Final home game of the regular season for Rogers State. The Hillcats take on the Newman University Jets out of Wichita, Kansas. Rogers State leads the all-time series 17-5. At home 8-2. Cats have dominated as of late. 10 consecutive Rogers State victories, including back in mid-January on the road, an 85-72 victory. Hillcats looking for another win. It would make 5 in the last 6 and send them off on the final 2. Play on the road next week in the Shelby State in Missouri. Here's your starting 5. Rogers State goes with Rodney Battle, Azarian Stevens, Kofi Hamilton, Evan Anderson, and Isaac Johnson. 4 seniors, just like with the Rogers State women's basketball team that picked up a 59-39 win already here at home this afternoon. For the visiting Newman Jets under 8th-year head coach R.J. Allen, who owns a record of 70-117. They'll start Jacob Joe, Oklahoma City Thunder, Isaiah Joe, younger brother, Boston Stanton III, Sam Summerhalder, Kason Fisher-Brown, and Tristan Turner. Our game officials are Raymond Ships, Leon Wilson, and Matthew King III. Newman going with the baseball-like baby blue, Columbia blue road uniforms trimmed in red and navy. I like them. You like the baby blue?
I do. Always, both of these teams who have different shades of the red and blue they can go with, but doesn't seem like there's a wrong combination with those colors.
I like Azarian Stevens, the senior, being in the starting lineup. 2-year Hillcat had the thievery at the end of the game to clinch it against Central Oklahoma in double overtime on Thursday night.
How can you not be a fan of Azarian Stevens? He's everything right about college basketball. Works his tail off, and you put him in the game, he gives you 100 miles an hour.
Newman against the Rogers State man-to-man defense to start. The dribble drive from the corner into the lane, and a little floater goes up and through for Stanton III to open up the scoring after Newman controls the opening tip here in the first half. 30 seconds gone. Stevens tried to find Kofi Hamilton left baseline and fumbled the pass. A little bit low on the delivery. Newman the steal. Jets run their offense. Jacob Joe facilitates. They're able to work it down low, and a shot underneath on a reverse layup attempt is missed by Summerhalder, and the Cats clear the rebound. Rogers State looking for its first points. A minute in. Stevens skips. Anderson catches, fires from 3, and short for the senior out of Carrollton, Texas, an Arkansas Fort Smith transfer. Newman Jets up early. Pass deflected by Stevens, high into the air, and it comes down in the waiting arms of Isaac Johnson. Front court dribble, pull up, and the three is too hard. Hamilton the board, keeps the dribble, almost fumbled it, goes back out to Battle. Battle pulls up off the dribble. Three is online, but too hard. 90 seconds gone, and the Cats are still searching for offensive points. Jets with it out high, Turner. He'll hand it off. Through the lane, reverse it near corner. Catch and fire three. Stanton misses. Rebound, Rogers State. Hillcats on the home court looking for win number 10 this season. Three-ball Johnson misfires. Another one that's too hard off the bridge. Newman pushing down the lane. Worked back up high from Fisher Brown. Well, they drive in the paint with Joe losing the handle. It's deflected, and a 3-on-2 ensues for RSU. Stevens attacking the rim and is fouled. That'll be two shots coming up for the Cats, and they have a chance to break the ice here in this first half. We're 2:15 in. Rogers State this season averaging 77 points a game. The only problem with that is they're giving up almost 78 a game. At times the defense has been really good. At other times it has been quite porous. Free throw pops in and out on the first one for Stevens. He's averaged just under 6 minutes a ball game.
And those are rare, even though he doesn't get to the line much, Sean. In his career, if you add in the junior college numbers as well, over 80% foul shooter.
Yeah, 83% this season, and can't hit either there. Newman comes away with the board. Travel called, violation on the shake over left wing by Fisher Brown. Rogers State, one of the top shooting teams in the MIAA this season. Pretty much the entire conference schedule, they've been right behind the conference's best team in terms of win-loss record. That's Northwest Missouri State, who's up to number 7, by the way, in this week's Division II National Top 25 rankings. Here's Battle on a pull-up. He misses at the right wing. Offensive board, though. Anderson to the trailer. Stevens fakes, dribbles by the defender, and is short on the wing jumper. And the Cats can't buy a bucket right now. We're almost 3 minutes in. You wonder about the energy level to start this game coming off the double overtime victory, 102-99 at home here on Thursday against Central Oklahoma, as there's a goaltend call against Rogers State for the game's second bucket and first for Sam Summerhalder down inside the paint.
I would have to think too, Sean, that's a great point, that it was just as much emotionally exhausting as it was physically.
Yeah, for everybody involved, not just the players, but the coaches, the staff over at the scorer's table, the fans, even you as a broadcaster. I was tired the next morning.
Yes.
Top of the key, Johnson. Cats still looking for their first points. Run that motion offense. Anderson in the corner. Anthony Marshall Jr. is checked in, the hero with 27 points the other night. He dribbles into the lane mid-post and fires up a shot where he's fouled by Joe. 2 shots coming here for Anthony Marshall Jr. He's been called Rome nearly his entire life. Native of Brooklyn, New York. Just a special moment for him in the second half the other night. It was pretty much non-existent in the first half in terms of his scoring. He provides that spark plug coming off the bench as Kofi Hamilton sits Caden Fry into the game for the first time. The Owasso sophomore to forward spot as Rome is able to put in both free throws. He's over 80% on the year.
11 of 12 in that win on Thursday night, and almost seemed fitting that he nearly had a 3-point play. He had 4 and 1s in that win over UCO.
It took the Cats almost 3.5 minutes to score in this game. Hopefully they get on track offensively. Anderson's their defensive stopper. He handles Stanton the third. He'll drive, pitch left side of the floor. Off the dribble, back up wing jump shot. That misses short for Fisher Brown. A run out, Rome, left wing. 3-ball, Anderson off target. Rogers State is one of the better 3-point shooting teams in the MIAA, coming in at 37%, but not in this one so far. Rogers State has come up empty on a few 3-point chances. In the post, defender Johnson flew by, and it's banked up and in by Sam Summerhalder, his second field goal. He has 4 here to begin for Newman. Jets out in front, 6-2. Rogers State, a slow start offensively. Some jet lag from Thursday. Right side Johnson. He'll give it up between the circles. Rome punched over. And they knock it away from him. A steal as he was double teamed. 2-on-1 to the rim. Handoff. Summerhalder reverses it up and in. Might need a timeout here if this continues. 8-2 Newman. They're 2-12 in their last 14 games. Gave up 98 at NSU in Tahlequah. Lost to Emporia last Saturday, 75-64. And they have another steal. That game was in Wichita. Spinning dribble, Stanton attacks and is fouled. Senior day as well. And we'll have our first media timeout. So we'll take a break. 14:55 to go first half. Rogers State with a sluggish start offensively. Newman in the lead, 8-2 early against the third place Rogers State Hillcats. This is RSU basketball on RSU Public TV.
My name is Sean Diedeker, and I'm a painter. I've always designed my paintings based on travel and chance. I look to find beauty in true, unscripted reality, then document that experience with paint.
Join me as I canvas the world to explore the interplay between art and the human condition. Every episode of plays, every episode of painting.
Friday at noon on RSU Public TV.
Hey. Hey, you. We know what you did. And we think you're just the most magnificent person ever. Because you support public television. And you did it by donating your car to our station. Vehicle donations like yours bring significant funding to the quality news and programming you turn to every day. So now, it's time to celebrate you and all of our supporters that keep us going.
Well, a hot start for the Newman Jets visiting ball club in this MIAA conference game against Rogers State. Sean Tiemann, Josh Haley with you on the broadcast. NSU is just 2-8 in this building. Those victories, though, here in Claremore have come in 2018, 68-65, and January of 2017, 102-95. They have had some games this season where they've been dynamite from outside the arc shooting the basketball. 9 times they've hit 10 or more threes. At the moment in this game, at the start, just 0 for 1 as they're at the free throw line. Boston Stanton III drops it in for his third point. Newman leads it 9-2. Rogers State is 0 for 8 to begin the game. Josh, 0 for 4 from 3, and those threes have been open looks.
Yeah, and it's not just one player, right? It's everybody collectively. I mean, nobody can find a rhythm early, and you wonder if it's, like you mentioned, kind of the jet lag from that double overtime game Thursday, and also some of the emotions maybe from senior day riding a little bit high.
Stanton III's about an 84% three-point shooter, and here's a foul on a three-point shot attempt for RSU as Sam Davidson checked in at that first media for the Hillcats. Battle, Anthony Marshall Jr., Davidson, Fry, and Anderson, the 5 Cats on the court. 3 free throws coming up after Fisher Brown careened into Davidson, the Aussie, on the Rogers State roster. 14:41 to go first half. And Rogers State's only points have come at the free throw line, yet to hit a field goal.
And how good were they the other night? 32 of 39 at the charity stripe were the Hillcats.
And Davidson makes 2 of 3. Middle free throw is off target, too long, and the Hillcats are down 9-4. They put a 3/4 court press on. Stanton will take it front court, and Newman breaks it fairly easily. 5.5 minutes in. Slipped the screen there. Tried an entry pass to the man rolling inside. Fumbled after Anderson nearly had a steal. Stanton III, an offensive putback attempt, and that's off target. Here comes Rome on the run out. 3-on-2. Whips in the corner. Battle stepped on the sideline out of bounds, though, accepting the feed from Marshall Jr. Rogers State just out of sync offensively. First matchup in Wichita against these Newman Jets. Cats shot 54%, 50+ in both halves. Rogers State won 85-72 by 13. They were up 10 at halftime, 49-39. Spin move by Zevgaris down low. He'll bank it up and through over Caden Fry. Zevgaris off the bench for R.J. Allen's bunch, and he's able to put it through. on that right box, makes it 11-4. Newman up by 7. And that is their largest lead. Battle, a tough shot over on that right baseline and buries it, swishes it in. More often than not, his jumpers go in, nothing but net.
I loved what assistant coach Jimmy Boone told you on a post-game against NSU a couple of weeks back, is that Rodney Battle might be the best player he's ever seen at making those difficult shots. Looks so easy.
Now the native of Greece, Evgeris, down on the low post being fed again. He's a guy that looks like he's 6'10". They list him at 6'8". He looks bigger than what he's listed at. 11-6 inbound right away. Evgeris, low post, left hand flips it in. And he's got 4 early points in his day coming off the bench for Newman. 13-6 Jets, 13-10 to go first half. Rome pulls up, left elbow extended and can't score. It's off the back rim. Now all the emotions that flooded out of that game Thursday. And that was something you worry about going into this game. Rebound Rogers State. Battle will pull up off the dribble, 1-3, and he's short. I know it's not a lot of extra time. You play 2 overtimes in 10 minutes, but yeah, it's all the energy that flowed out of your body as a player in that game. And it's no surprise that some of these jump shots they've come up short on. Foul on Sam Davidson offensively, his first. Cats have 2 team fouls, 3 on Newman here at the start of this game. 12:45 left in the first half. At some point, it has to kick into gear, though, offensively. Because Newman, like I said, they have been known to shoot the rock pretty well this season from 3. Coming into this game, 34%. Roma steal in the corner. Took it away from the big fellows of Garris. He runs the break. He goes to the rim. He reverses it up and in, and then tumbles out of bounds.
You love his aggressiveness in transition. Some players can facilitate, some can score. He can do both.
Rogers State now trims it to 5. 12-12 first half. Evgeris defended by Fry. Hand off to Joe. Davidson went for the shot fake. Joe doesn't release. Give it to Stanton the third. He releases a 3, and that one's short. Rebound comes out right to where the shooter was. Rome crafty with the dribble to the rim, hangs, banks, too hard, tipped up on the glass by Kofi Hamilton, and it goes out of bounds off Rogers State. 11:51 left in a slow first half offensively for the Cats. Rogers State just 2 of 13 from the field to begin the game. Newman, meanwhile, is at 46%. They've hit 6 of 13, and with possession, the Jets in the baby blue uniforms, a 5-point cushion. Into the game, Zach Spitzer, 6'8" freshman forward from Allen, Texas. He has good length and wears a bun up top. Corner 3, splash down for Latique Murphy.
Well, Sean, he's coming off that monster game at NSU, 30 points, and he did it off the bench. He played starter minutes, but that's a pretty good spark plug to have off your bench, something that R.J. Allen is known to have over the years.
That was a season high for Murphy out of Berwyn, Illinois, Morton High School East. Post entry to Fry, and that's knocked away. Another Newman takeaway. 16-8 Jets. Behind the back dribble. Fisher Brown down the lane. Throws it on the wing. Joe takes it back. Give and go. Right-handed half hook, and that one rims off too hard down in the paint for Tristan Turner. Cats break out. Transition take to the rim, and Hamilton had it maybe partially blocked up on the glass. He ends up short on the right side. Near corner, Joe release from 3. Hits the backboard and doesn't draw iron. And Rogers State slows the tempo down. Johnson on the handle across midcourt. He has Fry, Marshall Jr., Hamilton, and Davidson out there on the floor with him, his fellow Cats. Approaching the midway point of this first half. Rogers State down 16-8. Rome nearly had it stolen from him. Gathers it back, gives to Hamilton. He slices in the lane and misses the scoop shot. Newman clears the board. Here come the Jets, flying in the front court. Spin dribble, baseline shot. Jumper too hard for Fisher Brown. Halfway mark right now, first half. After the rebound, Rogers State will settle into the half-court offense, trailing 16-8. Rome on the handle. Steps to his left. Escape dribble. Three-point shot pops in and out. The rebound goes to Newman. Rogers State head coach Justin Barkley visibly upset with this start offensively. Looks at his bench and says, let's go, Nathan Clover III. Battle and Anderson, two starters already seated at the table, ready to check in. Dribble drive to the rim and a foul called on that opportunity for Fisher Brown as he accelerates into the painted area. All right, another media timeout. Rogers State offense still sleepwalking on this Saturday, final home game of the regular season. MIAA conference play, Newman 16, RSU 8, 9:28 left in the first half. More Hillcat men's basketball when we come back on RSU Public Television.
Get back to the cutting board with Christina Cooks. Join host Christina Perello on a culinary and cultural journey through the world of whole, fresh foods. Learn how easy it can be to make simple, plant-based dishes that are better, not only for you, but for the planet too. Travel with her to Italy as she explores sustainable food production and cooks alongside local chefs and home cooks, whipping up healthy meals and unlocking the secrets of cooking the Macro-Turanian way.
Monday morning at 10:30 on RSU Public TV.
I'm Miranda Esmond-White. Join me for season 13 of Classical Stretch here in beautiful Bermuda. Every workout in this core strengthening series will not only stretch and strengthen your core, but all your 650 muscles. These workouts are for men and women of all ages. Join me for season 13 of Classical Stretch.
I don't remember a start at home in Rogers State men's basketball history going back to the 2007-2008 inaugural season that they shot 2 of 16 to begin a game on this floor. 12.5% for Rogers State, 41% for Newman. Sean Tiemann, Josh Haley with you on the broadcast. Thanks for tuning in. 9:28 to go in the first half. Newman to the free throw line. Just quite remarkable that they're only 2 of 16, 0 of 6 from 3 to begin the game. For a team in the top 5 in the MIAA, tied for third, 2 games back of Fort Hays State is in second place with 3 to go, including today. First free throw misses for Fisher Brown. Excuse me, that's Fisher Brown. Who was that at the foul line?
Indeed,
yes, it was
yep.
Fisher Brown. Now he leaves. So he makes the second one, his first point in the game. 17-8. They go to the bench for Devin Walker, who checks in, a 6'1 freshman guard out of Severn, Maryland. Moving screen foul on the Cats. That goes on Kofi Hamilton. Well, they're not checked in mentally or physically to begin the game.
Well, you thought when they got to that first media timeout, you thought, okay, now you can hit the reset button. Didn't really happen. They get to the second one, hit the reset button. You hope that it changes in this next little stint if you're kind of slicing the game up into timeout to timeout segments.
Newman with the ball and its biggest lead of 9 to the rim. Walker, right-handed shot on the runner, flipped it up on a scoop attempt and missed it off the back rim too hard, and the Cats have the ball. Travel, Rogers State got another turnover, and that's their 5th already of the game. And we have 8:55 to play in the first.
I mean, that's astounding, especially for Justin Barkley coach teams. They're normally, ball security is at an elite level. Assist to turnover is usually really high, but especially here at home, it almost seems like it's amplified. I mean, the last 6 home games, they haven't eclipsed 13 turnovers in any regulation game.
Kofi Hamilton heads to the bench for Nathan Clover III. Hamilton already with 2 fouls, team at 4. Offensive rebound after his shot is rejected, and it's put up and in by Zach Spitzer, the freshman. He'll go to the stripe. A chance at a 3-point play and some kind of development early in this game. Newman with a double-digit lead for the first time. It's 19-8 Jets.
Now, this was the start that they were hoping for to this road trip, but NSU led them by 13 at halftime, put 49 points on the board in the first half. And Newman was better than the Riverhawks in the second half, but it was just too big of a deficit to overcome.
Spitzer, 53% foul shooter, averages 2.5 points a game coming in, and off the bench puts in the 3-point play. 12-point large lead for Newman. Rogers State try to keep the momentum going into the road trip next week. Final 2 regular season games. A lot of dribbling for Johnson. He's eventually going to draw a foul. Reach in called against the Newman defender, Devin Walker.
I think that had to have been a point of emphasis for R.J. Allen and this Newman staff coming in, too, because they were down 16-4 to start that game at NSU, and knowing that RSU's so good on their home floor anyway, you can't do them any favors by giving them an early lead. Clearly, this Newman team's come out on a mission.
First foul on Walker, team's 4th. Cats have 20 on the reset of the shot clock. Down 12. Need a run of like 8-0. Rome will throw it over right wing. 3 ball. Anderson spills it through. And there's their first triple in 7 tries now.
What a game he had on Thursday. He was the Hillcats' leading scorer before fouling out. Finished with 19 still.
3-pointer for Anderson gives him his first points, and it's down to single digits at 20-11. Newman pull up 3 off the dribble, top of the key. And that one is too hard for Latique Murphy. He's already hit 1 3 to begin this game. Cats board it. Crawl in the front court. They'll slow it down. Run your half-court offense. Clover the third in the low post. Rome's looking for him. Baseline right, extended. Now he backs in to the left hand and scores. Outstanding post move for the ORU transfer, Nathan Clover the third.
You know, he's really good footwork, just kind of flows for such a big guy at 6'8", and has those long arms with one stride cutting clear across the lane, going to the other side of the rim.
And just like that, Roger State's on a 5-0 run. Pull-up shot at the foul line, misses for Walker. Rebound Johnson. 7 minutes to go in the first half. 20-13, run can keep moving. Here's Rome to the rim and scoops for 2. He does that so well. Uses his body at only about 5'11" to take on the bigs inside.
Like Coach Justin Barkley said in the postgame Thursday, he's got that New York in him, the Brooklyn native. He just knows how to get a shot off being a smaller guy.
20-15. Cats were down 20-8. So a 7-0 burst in the last few minutes. Here's a drive at the lane line, blocked by Clover as he knocked it from Walker, thought he was fouled. A steal for Rome as he picked the pocket there. Into the front court to Johnson. Dips in and scores left side with a right-handed finger roll off the glass. He thought he was fouled, and with 6:14 left in the first half, it's 20-17. The Hillcats force a Newman Jet timeout here late stages of the first half. Cats currently on a 9-0 run.
Well, you asked for an 8-0 run, Sean, and they did you one better than that in forcing that timeout.
The official had to come over and talk to Isaac Johnson at midcourt because he didn't feel like Isaac Johnson was respecting him enough as an official there. I think Johnson wanted a foul on that lay-in, didn't get the call, and the official went over to him and said, "What did you say to me?" Just wanted to make sure that those guys were on the same wavelength. You know, 6:14 to go first half. Rogers State right now down 3 to Newman. Cats on the home court, 9-3 record, and they'll go back on the road where they've had success to close out the regular season. A 5-4 road record for RSU this season. That's all in conference play. Of course, played 2 neutral site games out in Las Vegas week before Christmas at the High Desert Classic, where they went toe-to-toe with number 1 in the country, currently West Texas A&M, and lost at overtime 108-100. Handoff in the lane. Summerhalder jumps up and is fouled, I think. Pauses the clock at the moment with 5:59 to go in the first half. They pegged that foul on Evan Anderson, his second. Well, 3 guys fouled out, 3 starters fouled out on Thursday night. And they had to dip into the bench in terms of more minutes for the guys that play the 7, 8, and 9 spots, essentially. Well, now did they change the call there? Put 22 on the board instead of Anderson, so it is on Clover the third, his first, still the team's 6th. Here's another whistle. I think Rome with a bit of a hand check. 2-handsy there, guarding on the perimeter against Fisher Brown. And that puts him in the bonus the rest of the half. 1-1 here as it's the 7th team foul, first labeled on Anthony Marshall Jr., coming off the bench for RSU.
Well, I'm sure that one of the things the Hillcats wanted to clean up from last game to this was all the easy points that they gave up. I mean, you look back at that game Thursday, the Hillcats gave up 52 points at the paint, 27 at the foul line. That's 79 of the 99 points coming in those two categories combined. And already here today, Sean, 14 of Newman's 20 points coming in the paint, and then another 3 and now 4 at the foul line. That's way too many easy points.
Well, Rogers State, after they make 1 of 2 with Fisher Brown at the foul stripe, he has 2 early points. Did not rebound it cleanly, but it was knocked out of bounds by the Jets. Cats have it. Rome, Battle, Johnson, Clover, and Anderson. They go in the low post, taking on 2 defenders, and Johnson can't score with a right-handed half hook, and the rebound goes to Newman. Johnson wanted another whistle, but didn't receive it. Newman in possession, a 4-point lead. Cats were down 12, 20-8, moments back. Off the baselines of Garris, hands it off to Summerhalder. He'll drive to the baseline, work it on the reversal. 3-ball, Joe steps in and knocks it down. Doesn't shoot it like 48% like his older brother with the Oklahoma City Thunder, but the Fort Smith, Arkansas product buries one there, his first points of the game. 3 drops in, they've hit 2 now. Anderson, a catch on the sideline. He's out of bounds, and that's the second time on that near sideline to us that they've caught a pass and stepped out of bounds. Timeout on the court. Final media break. 4:55 remains in the first half. Rogers State is able to cut that 12-point lead down. Right now, Newman has it bumped back out to 7. Jets 24, Hillcat men 17. More MIAA basketball when we come back here on RSU Public TV.
Have you always wanted to try yoga? Here's your chance to lengthen, strengthen, and tone your body with Happy Yoga with Sarah Starr. In each episode, Sarah guides you through a modified yoga practice using a chair for support, providing you with an easy entrance into a gentle yoga practice, all while featuring the beauty of Mother Nature. Enjoy a yoga practice that is invigorating, fun, and accessible, but most of all, effective.
Are you ready for a new season of Jay Schwanke's Life in Bloom? The flower phenomenon continues with all new episodes inspired by music, a taste of the tropics, inspirations from Italy, and life's simple pleasures, all delivered to your living room in a stress-free half hour of self-care. It all starts with a flower on Jay Schwanke's Life in Bloom.
Monday afternoon at 1:30 on RSU Public TV.
Well, after the hot start for the Newman Jets, they're now shooting 35% from the field here in the first half, but the Hillcats are worse than that. 6 of 20, 30%. Rogers State was 0 for its first 8 from the field. 24-17. Jets in possession in the baby blue road uniforms, and they have the lead. Going to work, Summerhalder, low post. Pitches up high, Joe fakes a shot, drives, and the floater is good. Jacob Joe with his 5th point. Hit a 3 a minute ago, and now drains a 2 in the lane for a 9-point Jet lead. Just listless offensively, Rogers State in this game. Fry a handoff for Rome. They'll run the motion up top. Summerhalder defends Johnson. Now 8 to shoot. Anderson keeps his dribble into the paint. Bounce pass. Fry a pump fake, then lays it up and in. Good work by Anderson to take it down low as that shot clock was kicking down.
Protecting that basketball like a running back as he approached the rim.
Fry's first points. It's down to 7. Shot missed by Zavgaris over Fry. Rebound Rogers State. They have transition opportunity. Far corner 3. Johnson airballs it. Rebound battle. Pass fake. And actually that's Rome inside who boarded it. Faked the feedback behind him. No one was even in the lane trailing that he could have fed it to. The defender bit oh so slightly. And the nifty fake gave Rome just enough space to put it in.
That was nasty by Anthony Marshall Jr. I mean, that's on anybody's highlight reel in the world. That was some really good stuff.
Rebounds, an airball 3 from Johnson. 2 guys behind him on his hip. On the left block, faked a pass back in the lane, then lays it up and in, draws a foul to boot, and he hits the free throw to trim it to 4 once again. And Anthony Marshall Jr. is off to a pretty fast start for the Cats. Corner 3, Joe is on fire right now. His second. He has 8, and it's 29-22. Rogers State down 7. Battle, round of Fry's screen. Rome, catch and release, 3, in and out. Fake the foul there. Summerhalder didn't really touch him. 7-point lead. Joe, heat check, 3 right wing, short. Rome, 4-on-2 ensues. Down the lane, no look feed, lay in on the reverse by Sam Davidson. Rome runs the break like he's on the playground at Rucker Park. They trim it to 5, 2:50 to go in the first half. Anderson defends Summerhalder. He'll dribble, he'll spin, he'll shoot, it's partially blocked. They get it back, dump pass inside. In a phone booth, that's a good drop off by Turner for the assist. Summerhalder with 8. And the lead again surges out to 7 for Newman. 2:30 to go first half. Davidson catching a shot fake, and then he bounced it off a defender's foot. So they whistle it dead, kick ball. 2:26 left in the first half. 31-24. Comes up high Davidson. Right back to Marshall Jr. Hops in the paint, scoops it up, and too hard over the front lip off glass. Newman going quickly. Spin dribble at the mid post to a trailer. Turner takes it. Back to the bucket now. Whips it far side in the corner. Drive baseline. Summerhalder finds Joe, and he buries his 3rd 3. Timeout, Rogers State. Coach Barkley, hands in pockets in his nice senior day slacks with the tie on. Jacob Joe in double figures with 11 for Newman. He's hit 3 threes. And as a squad, they've dropped in 4 of them. The lead swells back to double digits. It's at 10, 34-24. Jets on top of the Hillcats here on an MIAA Saturday with 2:01 left in the first half.
Jacob Joe's really found a groove, apparently, Sean, here coming down the stretch of the season from shooting the long ball, because he's got now 5 different games this year where he's hit at least 3 threes, and 4 of them have come here in the month of February. So he's certainly figured something out.
He scored a season-high 21 against Barclay in the non-conference game they played on February 13th, which is very strange. I don't remember in recent memory since RSU has joined the MIAA that someone steps outside the league in February. But they did, and they won that game going away at home in Wichita, 108-63. He put up 21 in that contest, and Joe hit 6 of 10 from 3. That's a stat line like his older NBA brother. Here's Battle, Cats down 10. Bad feed right side for Johnson. The steal, Summerhalder, the dunk at the other end.
He's a stat stuffer deluxe. He had 16 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, 6 steals, and 2 blocks in Tahlequah 2 nights ago.
His 5th straight double-figure game already in this first half with 10, 16th double-figure scoring game of the year. Battle for 3. Missed it too hard. 12-point lead again for Newman. It's all Jets. Hand off to Joe. Cover that guy. Out high, Turner. Dribble handoff. Stanton right back to Turner. Rolls in the lane. Takes body contact to Summerhalder, and up in air, he's able to catch that feed and lay it in one fluid motion for his 2nd consecutive bucket. He has 12, and the lead balloons to its biggest at 14 for Newman here in Claremore. Lay-in, answer for Fry inside off the spin move to the left hand. 38-26. Cats defensively very lackadaisical at times in this first half. 40 seconds now to go in the half. Somebody's wide open. They're missing assignments all over the floor, and it's an easy 2 underneath for Fisher Brown. His first field goal, Fisher Brown with 4 points. 14-point big lead for Newman again, and the crowd is restless in Claremore. Half a minute to go. Game to shot clock difference is about 4.5 seconds. Marshall Jr. pull up at the foul line. Off the dribble, sinks it straight away. Swished in jump shot for Marshall Jr., who's in double figures for Rogers State. An 11 for Marshall Jr. in the first half. Shot clock off, 5 seconds. In the lane, off the drive, fade away. They leave him wide open, and Fisher Brown cans the straightaway 14-footer. Coach Barkley, arms crossed, legs crossed on the bench, seated in a chair, and Newman leads it at the half, 42-28. Shocking first half result here at the Expo Center in Claremore.
Well, after such a slow start, it seemed like RSU kind of figured things out, right? They went on that 9-0 run to cut it to a one-possession game. Seemed like the waters had kind of calmed and smoothed out, and then it just immediately swells back up. I mean, and Newman was totally unfazed by it. And 26, Sean, of their 42 first-half points coming in the paint. Way too many easy looks.
12 from Summerhalder to pace all scores. 11 for Jacob Joe. He hit 3 of 5 from 3. Murphy added a 3 off the bench. And for Rogers State offensively, Anthony Marshall Jr., really the only active guy offensively, with 11 points off the bench on 4 of 9 from the field, 3 of 3 at the free throw line. He had 5 boards, 3 assists, and 2 steals, and not much of anyone else doing anything, as Newman hit 6 for its last 7 from the floor, 3 of its last 4 from 3 to close out an impressive first half offensively for the Jets. 42-28. We'll take a break. Rogers State down 14 on the home court, came in tied for third. Winners in 4 of their last 5, a 9-3 home record. They have beaten Newman 10 consecutive times going back to the 2019 season. All right, time for a break. Halftime show next here on RSU Public TV.
Here with the Rogers State men's cross country head coach, Matt Kennedy. Matt, how are you doing today?
Fantastic.
Coach, it is an absolute pleasure to have you on the show and to get a chance to talk to you about the men's cross country team. To get started, your longtime assistant, Hunter Briggs, just moved on, but it gave you a chance to bring in a new assistant coach, Jamin Hilton. What has he been like for the team, and how has he, elevated men's cross country?
Well, Coach Hilton has been fantastic. After losing an assistant that was here at RSU prior to me arriving, Coach Briggs made that transition really easy. Now he's at starting a branch of the Kennedy coaching tree, we'll say. But Coach Hilton has been wonderful and exactly what our team needed at exactly the right time. He's a recruiting whiz, and that's what we brought him in for, was to be, one, the point man for the men's program, but also organize and intensify our recruiting.
And recruiting such a essential part of collegiate athletics is being able to reload and bring in better talent every single year. And we kind of had a great opportunity to do that with the RSU Invitational. We were able to have a race for the high schoolers. What was that like for you to being able to have the high schoolers be a part of a collegiate meet and have their meet of their own?
That's right. This was the first year that we had a high school meet associated with the second year college meet, and then moving it to the evening. And man, just a huge shout out to the RSU community, because that event could not have happened without the army of workers that we had to make it possible. Because that was important to provide a big time collegiate atmosphere for all those high school kids, so many from the local region, and local running around the Tulsa Metro is really high quality. So to get those kids to our event and host a really high level championship event was huge for recruiting. It was our best foot forward. It's a way to show those athletes that, hey, we take this seriously and we do things big. And I thought we did that with that event.
And you certainly did. It was a beautiful event, being able to host that many people and make it seem so seamless. But with that, you're running at nighttime, which is very, uncommon for cross country. Typically at an 8 a.m., start time. We, our men's and women started at 10:30. What was that like? What's that preparation like for the men to, run so late? How does that change, and how does that change your coaching?
Well, it is rare, and it's important that we do some things that are just out of our comfort zone so that the athletes can prepare. Now for me and Coach Hilton, that was a day of preparation out at the course, getting ready. So hopefully our athletes, and I know that they did, took advantage of that opportunity to prepare and sleep and time up their meals and eat when they needed to eat in preparation for a very late race, because they'll experience that more so in the track season, but it was unique for cross country to run that late.
Well, not just one day, multiple days of preparation for you and Coach
That's
Hilton.
right, yeah.
But, speaking of these, local high schools, just down the road at Claremore High School, we have our very own Blaine Philippi, who is on the men's team. What an incredible year that he's having. Talk about how his growth and how he's become, now cracking the starting lineup for cross country. What has that been like, watching him grow?
Yeah, was on the conference roster this year, and he's come a long way. And let me tell you, you couldn't ask for a better teammate and high-quality guy. So we're lucky to have him.
And, kind of a rare, occurrence, he has his twin brother on the team as well. Blake, what is it like having, twin brothers? Are they, competitive? Does that, change the dynamics of practice at all?
They are competitive. But they're also each other's biggest fan. A memorable moment for me from the conference cross-country meet, Blaine there running and Blake receiving the MIAA Scholar Athlete of the Year award.
Wow.
And as Blake goes up to accept that award, Blaine yells out, "That's my brother." And that was just a cool moment for our team.
That is such a cool moment. Those are moments that you'll take with you for the rest of your career and beyond. And same with them as well. As each new year comes along, you have newcomers that come along and grow your team. What are you expecting from the newcomers on your team?
Well, our men are young, so we had an influx of new athletes this year, a couple of transfers, a decent-sized freshman class that found themselves in a contributing role perhaps earlier than we would like. But it's going to take a couple of years of recruiting and growth on the men's team to elevate that program back to the national qualifying and conference championship team level from 2017. And we want to make our alumni proud and do a good job with that. So expect another big recruiting class this year to join the current freshman class, and our men are on the right road.
And that's all we could ask for. It's a continued growth. That's the point of collegiate athletics, is how can we take the steps forward. As we transition out of cross country and into indoor and outdoor track, what are you expecting from your men's student athlete?
Continued growth. The indoor and outdoor season, the track should provide some events that our athletes are perhaps more ready for than they were the 10K of the conference cross-country season. So I would expect some higher levels of success from the men on the track, both in the relays and the individual events, indoor and outdoor.
Well, Coach, I appreciate your time. It's always a pleasure to sit down and talk to you about the men's cross-country team. But for Matt Kennedy, Rogers State men's cross-country head coach, I'm Corey King. Thank you for watching.
So I began running cross country my 7th grade year of junior high. My 5th grade PE teacher, though, she got me interested in running through the Cadillac Running Club. And when I became in 7th grade in junior high, my cross country coach convinced us to actually do cross country, because at first I just played basketball, and then he's like, "You should come try this out," so I did. My favorite part about RSU so far would probably be, again, like just the community. I feel like a lot of other schools are really big, and you don't really have that closeness where you know most people, whereas like I can walk into almost all my classes and I know most of my classmates, so that's pretty cool. Having success in the sport, it's a really good feeling. It just makes you feel like it was worth it, all the hard work you put in, because sometimes, like you don't feel motivated every day to do what you're supposed to do. Some days it's hard and you feel like, oh, is this really worth it? But when you hit your goals, then at the end of the day, you're like, okay, it was worth it. So after RSU, I found getting married, and then just being a cross country and track coach at the college level, doing that, living with my wife Gloria, and just having fun.
I love coming into the lab every day. My job is to screen evidence for DNA analysis. When I started at Rogers State University, I wasn't sure what I wanted to do. But after I took my first chemistry class, I realized that I wanted to be in the lab. It does feel good to go to school and to find a direction and then wind up doing something that I enjoy. Not everyone can say that. It all started for me at Rogers State University.
Time. It's an interesting thing. We always wonder what time it is, and other times we wonder, where does it go? That's because time flies and waits for no one. So, is it time to donate that car that keeps costing you money? If you've been waiting to give to public television, consider donating a car, truck, or RV. And we'll arrange for a free pickup. You may even qualify for a tax deduction. There's no time like now. Donate today.
Friday at 8:30 on RSU TV.
Well, a stunning first half results here at the Claremore Expo Center. Sean Tiemann and Josh Haley back with you on the broadcast. Hope you've enjoyed it so far. Rogers State women a victory earlier this afternoon over Newman in convincing fashion, 59-39. But Josh, the Newman Jets dominating pretty much in all phases of this game against Rogers State. Hillcats 8 first half turnovers. There have been some games where they've had less than 10 turnovers in a 40-minute contest. RSU not playing well offensively, and they've missed some assignments defensively as well.
Well, they have. They've certainly got to clean that up. Just way too many easy looks for Newman inside. And, a team that can really shoot the three-pointer, and they did shoot it well, 4 of 10 from beyond the arc, but 26 points in the paint in the first half. I mean, that's enough, probably more than you'd want in a single game, much less 20 minutes.
Newman 49% overall shooting, 4 of 10 from 3, 4 of 7 at the foul stripe. RSU 37% for the top, one of the teams in the top 2 in field goal percentage, 3-point percentage. They're just 1 for 10 from 3, 5 of 8 at the foul line. They're even missing free throws here in this first half. Well, we're just a couple of minutes away or so. Rogers State led in scoring in that first half by Anthony Marshall Jr. Rome, the most active guy, 11 points for his 18th double-figure. Check that, 12th, 13th double. Get the number right. 13th double-figure scoring game of the season. How does Rogers State change this game, especially on the offensive side? They start hitting some shots, they can get right back in it.
And I think it starts on the defensive end. If you play good defense, that can sometimes be your best offense and lead, because they're so good in the fast break, especially when you get guys like Evan Anderson or Anthony Marshall Jr. out and running. And so when you can get out in the fast break, that starts with what you're able to do on the defensive end. And if they can get that might help turn it into a run. But remember, Newman's a team that takes very good care of the basketball as well. I mean, they're even with RSU in turnovers per game on the year. They only average 11. So this is not a team that you can expect to just give it away, but you're going to have to buckle down, lock in, and play some hard-nosed defense.
Yeah, cover the three-point line specifically today. It's the Jacob Joe show. He's hit 3.
Yeah, the guy that as we talked about, he's kind of gotten it going here later on in the season, but he was coming off a tough shooting game Thursday and now knocking down 3 of 5 from outside in the first half. Pretty impressive.
All right, final break here. Hillcat halftime show. We're back in 1 minute. Start of the second half. Need a comeback for Rogers State on Senior Day. Newman 42, Hillcats 28 on RSU Public TV.
Welcome to Season 9 of Jazzy Vegetarian. Pantry, polenta, lasagna, where everything's vegan, gluten-free, and absolutely delicious. Our espresso, chocolate mousse. Adults are gonna love, kids are gonna love. A fantastic pie. And then to give it just a little bit of sweet, curious, eggplant rollatini. Now that's Italian. It's all right here this season on Jazzy Vegetarian. Oh yeah!
Tuesday morning at 10 on RSU Public TV.
Here at Melster, we travel the world in search of new ideas.
The quickest way to get a great meal on the table is to work with high-impact ingredients.
It sounds really complex, but it's actually really simple to make.
You enjoy it too.
I love it.
For something that comes together with such little effort, it has huge flavors.
Wow. What you want to hear is the sizzle reel.
There we go.
That's flavor, baby.
This tastes like home, no matter where home is. That is so good. Let's get started.
Monday morning at 10 on RSU Public TV.
The question of the hour now is, do the Newman Jets have enough in them offensively in the second half to pick up their first win over Rogers State in men's basketball in 5 years? Their last win was at Newman, February 27, 2019, 75-64. Rogers State will start the second half with the basketball. Fry, Anderson, Hamilton, Battle, and Johnson. Newman picks it up in the man-to-man defense. Hillcats down 14 as we begin half number 2. On the baseline, Johnson going to work with the dribble move and takes Stanton right to the rim and lays it in left box. That's a good start. Now play defense. Johnson, with just his second bucket, he has 4 points. Out top, Fisher-Brown gives it down low right side. To Stanton, they'll swing it to Joe. 3 of 5 from 3 in the first half for Jacob Joe. Right wing Stanton 3 is blocked by Hamilton. Outstanding leap at that shot, and the Hillcats take over. Johnson wants to drive underneath on the smaller defender Joe, and he draws a foul. Good move in the post.
How athletic is Kofi Hamilton? I mean, just
so quick on that pogo stick. Oh, he's a leaper.
He can climb the ladder with the best of them. I mean, you've been around for every season of Hillcat basketball. Outside of, maybe Kenny Walker, is there anybody else that you can recall that has had the hops that Kofi's got?
Obaneki.
There you go.
Kofi, Obaneki taller, though, I think, a little bit anyway. And Kofi is in the top 5 for sure. Rogers State free throw. Miss on the first. Johnson second. He's in the 60s in percentage, so not one of their better free throw shooting players on the team. He misses both. Newman's up 12. Hamilton out top. Stanton hands it off for Joe. Joe, a minute into the second half, gives to Summerhalter. Good on-ball defense in the man-to-man D for Rogers State by Hamilton, and it's thrown away. Summerhalter looked in the corner and threw it between his targets of Joe and Fisher-Brown. Not sure who he was looking at. Maybe out of the peripheral vision, he saw a Hillcat defender, and maybe that's who he was throwing it to, but it went whizzing past that guy as well and out of bounds. And an unforced error by Newman. Cats need a quick burst again, need a run. Johnson on the baseline, backs down Stanton, smaller defender, almost lost the dribble out of bounds, gathers it back, bodies up, blocked foul called as Raymond Ships, the underneath official at the stanchion. That was pretty hard pounding with the dribble by Johnson, but defender was still moving, so they call the block foul.
Yeah, pretty close that time, and it was when it's isolated like that too, you've got all the eyes on you. It's hard to get away with one right there. So I think Johnson was really flirting with the line of offensive foul to a block of the way it was called. But like you said, the key there is still moving.
Newman head coach R.J. Allen, hands on hips. He's laughing at, he hates that call. 8th-year head coach, played for his father in high school at Wichita East. Those two, Ron Allen and R.J. Allen, Wichita basketball lifers. Played in left side on the wing, driving. Johnson lost it going up, almost raked away, got it back, blocked it inside, and then the jump ball called, and it goes to Newman on the arrow, alternating possession. This offense for Rogers State has Justin Barkley in a pretty poor mood right now. The tie has come off on senior day. He needs to breathe at the neck right now. Cats press length of the court. Newman breaks it. Goes to Joe on the left wing. In the corner. 3-point shot. Fisher Brown airballs it. He fell down. Could have been a flop there. Here comes Anderson up to battle. In the corner, Johnson. Fakes the three. Cats down 12 still. 2 minutes gone, second half. Drive into the rim area. Layup, left hand goes in off glass. Isaac Johnson horses his way inside. 6 for Johnson. Cats trim it to 10. Just over 2 minutes gone, second half. RSU trying to sweep the season series just like they did the overtime win against Central Oklahoma here at home on Thursday. Went 2-0 against the Broncos in the regular conference season. Ball knocked loose by Hamilton. He jars it out of bounds, far sideline at the bench area of Newman. Jets bring in and give to Summerhalter at the foul line. Off ball whistle. Defensive foul. Kofi Hamilton argues with the official that makes the call, and now Caden Fry steps in between them. And Fry and Anderson chat in the lane with Kofi Hamilton. It'll come into the baseline area. 20 on the shot reset. And Joe takes it now from Stanton. Fisher Brown tries to shake Battle with the dribble. Just inside the foul line, offensive foul. He lowered the head, and R.J. Allen will argue that that's similar to what Isaac Johnson did on the other end for Rogers State offensively, but it was called a block foul. This time it's a charge on Newman.
Yeah, it was a different type of play, different type of sequence, but yeah, certainly you know that play on the other end was still fresh in his mind, and kind of using that as some leverage to say, no way.
Fisher Brown's second personal already, and now third team foul on Newman in 2.5+ minutes of the second half. Wrap feed to the baseline. It meets the target as Battle finds Johnson. He'll dribble and go over his right shoulder with a left-handed half hook, and it rims off short. From 4 feet out, couldn't score. And Newman the board. Jets are up 10, 3 minutes in second half. Left side, it's Joe against Battle. Crosses over, bounce feet underneath, fumbled, ripped away by Johnson, and Summerhalter couldn't handle. Here come the Cats in transition. Corner pass, Battle fades now off the dribble, moving left. 3 ball around the circle and out. That one went around twice, and it didn't fall after the revolutions. It pops out, rebound Newman. Jets lead by 10, 16:30 to go second half. Hillcats offensively need to kick it into high gear at some point and some point soon. Summerhalter, a bounce feed, entered just outside the block left. Back it down with the dribble, it's Turner. Faces up, Fry rejects him out of bounds. Good defense, it stays with Newman, and the Jets will have 4 on the shot timer.
Well, here's that mode where you can step it into high gear offensively, hopefully, if it works out the same as it normally does, bringing Anthony Marshall Jr. off the bench.
Rome checks in, replaces Kofi Hamilton. 4 to launch it for Newman. Inbound will come to the baseline. Fisher Brown gives to Stanton the third. Some body contact there, no whistle. Now there is. Shot misses, but Battle called for a foul. In the act, I would surmise. Clock pauses at 16:12 to play in the game. Very jagged contest for Rogers State through 24 minutes of game action. Stanton the third on the free throw line. He was 1 of 2 in the first half. 3 points at halftime. Out of Denver, Colorado, Denver East High School. Swishes in. It's 2 of 3, and now they are 5 of 8 at the foul line. One more for the 64% foul shooter in Stanton the third. And then he puts it through 5 points. Stanton extends the lead back to 12. Rogers State with Rome running the point. Now it's Fry who hands it off to Rome, and he's called for traveling. He took the handoff and slowed his gait, curling around at the right elbow. Coach Barkley doesn't see that as a travel, and Anthony Marshall Jr. didn't like the call either.
Well, what you said described it perfectly, Sean. He slowed his gait. It looked a little bit awkward the way that he came off of that screen handoff, and whether it was a travel or not, that certainly made it look like one.
Newman in possession and a 12-point lead. Their largest in the game has been 14. They were up 42-28 at the half. Pass to the left sideline, and a leaping catch as Stanton spins. Summerhalder kicks in the right corner. 3 ball short for Joe. Rebound, Skyen to grab it. It's Caden Fry, the Owasso sophomore. Here's Johnson. Johnson takes on 2 as they hedge help up top. Nice pass. Fry, a 2-handed dunk down low as Rome finds him. He drew the double. Fry was left wide open.
Defense leading to offense.
Cats cut it to 10 again. 15-13 to go second half. Spin move in the lane. Fisher-Brown, a good move. Can't score on the scoop shot with his right hand left side. And Johnson boards and the Cats 3-on-2. Left side, corner feed, battle for 3. In and out. And then stolen, and a foul. It doesn't fall, but Rome active as he grabbed it from behind. I don't know that Summerhalder saw him. Media timeout, under 15 minutes to play in the second half, 14:58 to be exact. Foul on Sam Summerhalder is his first, team's 4th on the Newman Jets. Newman had a halftime lead of 14, right now it's at 10. Jets 44, Hillcat men 34. More MIAA and Senior Day basketball when we return on RSU Public TV.
The Kate Season 5 is here, stacked with incredible artists. Country music great Marty Stewart, sister folk pop triad Joseph, American roots music visionaries the Wood Brothers, jazz phenom Candace Springs, genre-bending Carl Denson's Tiny Universe, and 2020 Grammy-winning blues legend Delbert McClinton. The Kate, impossibly good music.
Tuesday night at 11 on RSU Public TV.
Recorded during the Tradfest Music Festival in Dublin, the Dublin Castle Sessions gives you a front row seat for a magical Irish musical experience. Join us as we bring living legends and rising stars together to celebrate Irish identity through music. It's a journey where our finest artists share their music and the stories behind it. Join me, Fiachna O'Brien, as we take you on a musical journey using traditional Irish music as our starting point.
Friday night at 8 on RSU Public TV.
Well, Rogers State in a bit of a bind here at home against Newman on Senior Day. Sean Team and Josh Haley with you on the broadcast of RSU basketball. Final home game. Hillcat women, congratulations. Senior Day victory for first-year head coach Heather Davis and her 4 seniors, 59-39 in the men's game. Completely different, though, as Newman leads it 44-34, make it now a 9-point game. Anthony Marshall Jr. to the free throw line with 14:58 to go in the second half. Both of them drop in, and Marshall Jr. now has 13 in the ballgame. They have cut it to single digits once again. 44-36, Newman with the ball. Pass inside, knocked away. There's the defense, tipped by Anderson. 3-on-2, Rome to the rim, hangs, shoots, and scores! And the foul on Fisher-Brown will put him at the line again. Anthony Marshall Jr. loves to make the rim runs. It's down to 6.
I mean, literally doing everything right now. Leading scorer with 15, leading rebounder with 6, leading assist man with 4, leading steals in 2, just doing it all.
All right, so here's the question. Rogers State, as members of the MIAA in men's basketball, they've never had a player of the week in MIAA conference basketball. Anthony Marshall Jr., Hillcat career high 27, led him to the double overtime victory Thursday against UCO. He's in double digits today now with 16 as he hits the free throw, and the Cats are within 5. He's the player of the week in the conference. Has to be if they win this game. Now, if they don't come back and win, it's a moot point. Missed shot in close. Summerhalder, another crack at it, can't score. And Fry, a tall rebound. They have it down from 14 at the half to 5 in just over 5.5 minutes of play here in the second. Left side, Anderson. Hamilton has come back in. Rome on the court at the point. Back to Anderson. Shot fake from 3. Nice bounce pass. Hamilton can't control it. It's out of bounds off Kofi. Coach Barkley thought it was deflected out by a Newman player.
To your point there of the player of the week note, you know, a big part of that, as we know, is because of the team basketball that Coach Justin Barkley likes. I mean, any day of the week, he'd rather have 4 guys averaging double figures like he does now than have one who averages 25 a game, and so much emphasis put on that. But Marshall Jr. has had that type of caliber week for sure.
Here's Spitzer inside, takes on Hamilton, partially blocked, and the Cats another transition chance. Rome is fouled by Summerhalder as he stops his momentum at the free throw line, and that might be the only way that you can cut him off the train tracks going to the rim, is to foul him out either at the free throw line or the three-point arc. If he gets you down inside the mid-post to the blocks, low blocks, forget it. He's so strong. Inbound battle right back to Rome, who they didn't cover on that underneath after he threw it in. Timeout, Newman. They've cut it to 3. Here come the Hillcats on Senior Day. 44-41. It's a full timeout with 13:37 to play in the second half, so we'll take the break with them. Rogers State has charged back, thanks in large part to some deflections on defense. This is Hillcat and MIAA men's basketball on RSU Public TV.
Benvenuti a casa mia. I am excited to welcome you into my home. Get back in the kitchen with me. Delizioso. Now I'm happy. How great is that? Join me in my garden and cook along with me as I share new recipes. Recipes with stories, it's good. It brings back memories. Recipes with easy cleanup, it's a symphony. One pot, that's all it takes. But most importantly, you come like this to your table and you say, this is for my family, with love. I connect with my grandkids and catch up with good friends from Italy to New York to discuss all things delicious. Pull up a chair and gather around the table with me for this season of Lydia's Kitchen. Even the birds are excited about this one. Tutti a tavola a mangiare.
Monday afternoon at 3:30 on RSU Public TV.
Well, Anthony Marshall Jr., a.k.a. Rome, native of Brooklyn, New York, played at a couple of junior colleges, one in western Kansas, the other in West Texas. He has taken over for Rogers State. I say that, I mean, he had an outstanding second half Thursday. He's been the only guy consistently playing well offensively today on Senior Day, and Rome in the game with 18 points, 6 of 6 at the foul line, 6 of 11 from the field, and the Cats have cut a 14-point halftime deficit all of a sudden to 3 in about 7 minutes with 13:33 to go in the second half. Sean Tiemann and Josh Haley back with you on the broadcast. Cats and the home whites on defense here at the Claremore Expo Center. Zev Garris, big man out high, is checked in along with Devin Walker. They throw it down on the post and it's deflected up in the air and out of bounds. It went off Rome.
We've seen some cool things on Senior Day today by some seniors in the women's game. Trinity Jackson knocking down a three-pointer, her first three-point attempt of the year. During that timeout, the cheer squad who's celebrating Senior Day as well. Normally it's Sydney Callender, a senior, at the top of the pyramid, and instead they put senior Bobby Case at the top of the pyramid, and the crowd loved it. Got to appreciate that.
Turnover, Newman. No, there's a foul called against the Jets there as well on moving screen violation. It's flagged on Devin Walker. 44-41. Cats can tie with a 3 or draw within 2, or draw within 1 rather, with a 2 or 2 free throws. Rome orchestrates. He'll drive, tied up. Walker's pretty strong, and the arrow favors the Cats. They'll keep it the front court with 12:59 left in the game. Rogers State, imperative they keep the momentum from Thursday night going with a victory here at home, heading into their final 2 regular season games. Both are on the road. Battle, catch and shoot baseline. Short from 18. Rebound cleared by Zev Garris of Newman. Play at Central Missouri on Thursday and at Lincoln in Jeff City on Saturday. They'd love to be still, the very least, tied for 3rd going into the final week of the regular season. Low post, Zev Garris takes on Fry with the dribble to a left-handed hook. He missed it over his right shoulder, and the rebound speared with both hands on it. Caden Fry, strong as an ox down inside, grabs it.
Love his intensity in the paint we've seen, especially in the last couple of games, Sean. It's like he welcomes any sort of contact in the paint. He wants it, even if it's against a bigger player.
Still trail by 3. Rome takes it from Battle on the wing. Devin Walker, defender, similar size, right in his face. They go to Fry. He'll pump fake a shot on the baseline. Now dribble, spin, step, shot blocked by Zev Garris. Boy, he's taking on a taller guy. Now the ball knocked toward midcourt on a carom and covered up by Newman. It turns into a 3-on-1, and they lay it in at the other end. Devin Walker scores And for Walker, his first points of the game.
I don't know that shouldn't have been a shot clock violation because I don't think Newman had possession. That ball was still loose, but it's still a loose ball, right?
Down 5. Anderson for 3. A much-needed triple. And Evan Anderson bags his second of the game. It's down to 2, 46-44.
Well, the first-year Hillcat loves shooting in the home gym. 53% from downtown in conference home games.
11:30 to play, second half. Almost behind Fisher Brown. Cats have turned him over a few times here in the second half. There we go outside the right block areas of Garris. Backs down to Walker. Up top, 3 straight on, short. Rebound tipped in the air. Leaping grab by Hamilton. Quick outlet. Rome sprints past the defense to the rim. Reverses it up and in with the right hand. He crossed through the lane and used his body so well there. Wise play by Anthony Marshall Jr. He has 20. 9 minutes in, second half. They have come all the way back and forged a 46 all tie. They were down 14 at halftime, 42-28. Cats outscoring them 18-4 in the first 9 minutes and 2 seconds. Fry heads to the bench after the Hillcats are called for a reach-in foul on Evan Anderson, his second, team's third. It's crucial to note the team fouls against Newman as well. They're at 7. 11 minutes of free throw shooting. Right now 1-1 if Newman fouls Rogers State, as long as it's not a player control offensive charge.
Well, you don't want to get into a free throw shooting contest with RSU at home. They're 85% their last 5 home games.
Spitzer catch and shoot far corner 3. They're missing from deep now after they hit 4 in the first half, 4 of 10. Here's Rome. Cats push ahead. Down the lane. Hands it. Trailer. Johnson puts it in. Anthony Marshall Jr. carving up the Jets defense. Johnson with 8, and the Cats are in the lead. 48-46, Rogers State's first of the game, and we have 10:15 to play. Hand off to Joe, who punches it up high for Fisher Brown. Stanton a spin dribble. Anderson's all up on him. 8 to launch. Right side, Newman Jets give to Fisher Brown. 3 to shoot. Dribbles, fades at left elbow, and misses the 16-footer. Rebounds F. Garris. Back up, lays it up and in. He's so strong, man. Down low. Native of Greece. Karditsa, Greece. 48 all. Tie game. 9:40 to go. Johnson, crossover drive, and he's fouled attacking the rack. Media timeout coming up right now. 9:39 left in the game. It's a brand new affair on Senior Day in Claremore at the Expo Center. Rogers State has come busting back into it, and they're now tied on the home court with the Newman Jets on this MIAA Saturday Senior Day. 48 aside. Stay with us. Exciting Division II men's hoops when we come back on RSU Public TV.
Movable Feast is back, and this year we are celebrating 10 amazing seasons. From the waters of New England to the mountains of Utah, all the way up the West Coast, the country's most exciting chefs and food artisans join us to fish, forage, dive, and dig for the best local ingredients and help us create some unforgettable feasts. So please grab a plate and join us. You don't want to miss it.
Friday morning at 9 on RSU Public TV.
On this season of Patty's Mexican Table, I'm diving deep into one of Mexico's most storied, vibrant states, Yucatan.
¡Está buenísimo!
Rich with history, legends, and flavor, Yucatan uniquely blends cultures from the old world and new world into every bite. Join me to experience the magic from the Mayan kingdoms.
Tuesday afternoon at 3 on RSU Public TV.
Well, Rogers State men's basketball has come out storming here in the second half, shooting 62% in this half alone. For the game, down 44%, while Newman is cooled, and the Jets, who are 49% in the first half, are just 14%, 2 of 14 to start the second half, and that has dialed their percentage back to 39%. 9:39 to play in the second half. Foul, latest one on Zach Spitzer, his first for Newman, 8th team foul. Johnson was in the act, 2 shots to try and break the tie, and swishes in the first one. Sean Tiemann, Josh Haley with you on the broadcast. Anthony Marshall Jr. coming off the bench today. Dynamite again. 20 points, 6 rebounds, 6 assists. And the second from Johnson. And misses. He's now 1 of 4 at the foul line, has 9 points. Rebound to Newman. And the Jets bring it across with 9:30 to play in the game. Cats in the man-to-man signature Justin Barkley defense. Left side Summerhaller. Bounce pass tipped off of Evan Anderson. Well, I guess, should we start talking about it, or is it a jinx, you think, for Rome? Anthony Marshall Jr., 4 rebounds and 4 assists away from a triple-double.
Would be only the second in Hillcat history. St. Hilaire with the first.
Yeah, I remember that. 9:23 to go in the second. Timeout, Newman. And a 1-point Rogers State lead. I think this is just a 30 called by the Jets head coach R.J. Allen, who owns a record of 70-117 as the head coach at Newman. His 13th season overall with Newman men's basketball. Assistant coach under Mark Potter, longtime head coach. R.J. Allen had 4 winning records in his first 5 seasons at Newman back in the Heartland Conference days. Cats up a point.
He and Coach Justin Barkley know each other very well. A lot of respect between those two, both former Heartland Conference coaches of the year. They met up in the postseason in the Heartland tournament, in addition to twice in the regular season. So, those guys could probably get together and just share the stories of the games they've coached against each other and have enough for a book.
Been some close ones. More double-digit decisions than single. 10 of the 22 decided by single digits. The way this one's going could come down to the buzzer. 9:15 left. Newman had to track that inbound down. And now in the corner, Joe buries another 3. Jacob Joe is on fire. His first 3, though, of the second half. First points of the half. And Joe's in double figures with 14 now. And it swings the pendulum back in favor of the Jets. They lead by 2, 51-49. Anderson to match it. Right wing nails a 3. And he poses after dropping bottom on his 3rd triple of the game. Anderson, one of the 4 seniors, with his 3rd 3. He has 9. Cats back in front by 1. 8:42 left. Battle marks Joe defensively. Newman in the road. Columbia Blue Unis this afternoon in Claremore. Dribble handoff. Zevgaris gives. And the trigger pulled for Fisher Brown on a 3 ball. His first triple of the game. He has 9. And it's 54-52, and we're trading blows down the backstretch. 8:18 to play in the game. Battle has it right in front of the broadcast table. Gives to Hamilton. Rome's on the bench at the moment. Backdoor cut by Johnson, but he stopped his movement, and Hamilton thought he was going to keep rolling at the short corner. It bounces out of bounds on that feed by Hamilton.
Sean, we were combined 6 of 28 from 3 in this game until now, 3 in a row, going back and forth.
8:05 remaining here in the second half. Newman in front by 2 with the basketball as well. Hand off to Joe. They double covered quickly with Hamilton hedging to help. Summerhalder dribbles into a foul line jump shot, rimmed it off. Tapped by Hamilton out to the sideline, and Battle secures it for Rogers State on the rebound. Goes to Anderson, now up high Rome. He's back in there. Marshall Jr. probes inside, dump off, and Hamilton the 2-handed dunk. He jams it over the front lip on another beautiful assist by Rome. So crafty with the ball in his hands. Tie game at 54. Under 7.5 minutes to go, and a foul called underneath as they pumped it down inside to Tristan Turner. I think this is on the floor. 4th team foul against Rogers State. You have 8 team fouls at this juncture on the Newman Jets with 7:27 left in the second half. 54 all. Cats defending the man-to-man. It comes to Summerhalder. Baseline fadeaway just outside the block area and can't hit the 8-footer over Johnson. Here's Marshall Jr. Attacks in the lane. Gives to Johnson behind him from the point. Drives left side, and he's fouled by Summerhalder. Shot blocked underneath, but part of the body. And now 2 shots for the Hillcats to try to reclaim the lead. 3rd foul labeled on Summerhalder with 7:13 to play in the game.
Sean, you were with them last Saturday in St. Joseph, Missouri, in that come-from-behind win at Missouri Western. Does it seem like to you that they're just almost comfortable now in these late-game close situations?
We've had, what, 4 overtime games in total. You're 2-2. You lost your first 2. You've won your last 2 that have gone to overtime. That game had the makings of going to overtime, but Battle saved him with that last-second shot on the baseline to put it in. But, yeah, I think they're comfortable playing any style, too. If it's lower scoring or higher scoring. Rogers State has retaken the lead at the free throw line. Isaac Johnson's able to put both through, and he's made 3 of his last 4 after missing his first 2. Johnson in this contest has 11. He's in double digits. Turnover as they throw it to Stanton at the mid-post left side of the paint, and it's scooped up by Battle. Just a bad feed, really unforced. Hillcats have it, trying to extend the lead. Their biggest has been 2. Hamilton to Rome. He drives, pulls up, doubled to Battle. Point left 3. Around and out. Stanton clears the rebound for Newman. Jets Kintyre take the lead with a 3, 6:38 to go. Up high, Latique Murphy. Not a lot of minutes for him, and a bad pass by Joe. Right into the receiving arms of Isaac Johnson, and then Joe fouls him as Johnson struts up the right sideline and into the front court. And that'll result in 2 free throws. It's team foul number 10 on Newman with just over 6:30 left in the game. I don't feel comfortable with the game the way it is at the moment, unless Rogers State would gain some separation here, put it toward double figures. If this thing's under 5 points and you have the lead, especially with the way they can shoot the 3 ball. They've had 9 games of 10 or more threes. One time hit 16 in a game this season. Joe to the bench. And Johnson hits the free throw. 3 straight. And he just misses the second one. Comes up short. Newman rebounds. 3-point lead for Rogers State. That's their biggest lead of the game. Trailed the entire first half. Touch pass down low, and it's stripped away. Intended for Summerhalder. Here's Rome. Pull up. Foul line. Book it. Anthony Marshall Jr. with 22. And the Cats have built their biggest lead to 5. 6:05 left in the second half. He's the player of the week, hands down. I guess Wells could be, but they lost that game after he scored a career-high 38 here against Rogers State on Thursday. Missed 3 left wing for Fisher Brown. Caden Fry gobbles up another board. Cats lead by 5, 59-54. Currently on an 8-0 run for Rogers State over the last 2:10. Between the circles, Rome reverses the ball left side of the floor. Johnson. Fry comes to screen. Johnson drives, 3 to shoot, bounce pass in low, too late. The shot clock turned over, and now they're going to signal violation against Rogers State. I don't think Newman ever really grabbed full possession of the basketball there, so it's got to be a shot clock violation, right?
Well, that's what we thought on a play earlier, too, and it didn't end up being the case, but
either way, it's Newman basketball. 5:22 to play in the game. Jets will slow the flow coming in the front court here. They've got Fisher Brown on the court, along with Turner, Summerhalder, Murphy, and Stanton III. Crossover, lane opens up, contact and a foul as Johnson goes right into the elbows of Fisher Brown, who's rolling to the basket. Second on Johnson, and for RSU, still just their 5th team foul.
Well, we said coming into the second half that the defense had to be a lot better for the Hillcats. Newman's just 4 of 19 from the field here in the second stanza.
Wow, 42 first half points, and to this point, as the free throw goes in, what is it, 13 now?
Yep.
13 second half points.
And on the other side of that, Hillcats 11 of 17 from the floor in the second half, almost 65%.
Yeah, big contrast from first to second half. Cats have found their sea legs here in this half after the jet lag, no pun intended, from Thursday night's double overtime. Dramatic, one of the best in Hillcat history. Double overtime, 3-point win. Free throws both go in. Now it's a 3-point, possession game. They're dropped in by Fisher Brown, who has 5 in the second half, and for the game now at 11. Anderson up high. Goes to Rome, left side of the floor. Rome marked by Summerhalder, drives baseline, walled off by a double. He'll skip it up, point right. 3 to shoot. Battle needs to put it on the rim. He fades to the left wing, hoists, and short front rim. Rebound, Kofi. Hamilton back up, lays it up off the front rim, and it drops in, or drops off the mark there after it hit glass. He doesn't score on the rebound offensively, and Newman takes it down and comes in the front court trailing by 3 with 4:18 to go. Oh, misfire on the dribble, and that's going to be over and back. Mistake made by Fisher Brown. He was standing in the jump circle, took his eye off that pass back up high, and it nicked off of his body and went into the backcourt. Timeout on the court. Full break, final media one. 4:15 to go, stay with us. Tight senior day contest in Claremore at the Expo Center. Rogers State has forged in front though, 59-56 over the Jets. These cardiac cats give you a heart attack here in 23-24. Do they have another comeback victory in them? We'll find out. Final stretch run in a moment on RSU Public TV.
Join me, Gabe McCauley, as we explore the greatness of America.
Back in the 60s when President Kennedy said we're going to the moon, it was the entire country that got behind it.
Somebody has looked around and said the reason people are sad, unhappy, and miserable is because work is bad.
Tracing the roots of progress from then to now and how. This is Reconnecting Roots.
Tuesday evening at 5 on RSU Public TV.
I'm Stephen Reichland. Join me for a live fire extravaganza in my all-new series, Planet Barbecue, with sizzling new flavors and dishes from around the world. From Peruvian anticuchos to Thai curry barbecued chicken. This is fabulous. With guest grill masters and hunger-inducing field trips. Planet Barbecue, global grilling at its best.
Tuesday morning at 10:30 on RSU Public TV.
RSU trailed at the half, 42-28. They've outscored Newman in the second half to this point, 31-14. 4:15 all that's left. It's bolt cutting time in Claremore as Anthony Marshall Jr. takes the inbound pass. Rogers State in possession up 3 here at home on Newman. Senior day for the Cats. 8 to shoot now. Fry back to Rome. Marshall Jr. will have to facilitate. Gives it to Fry in the lane. Rolls in with a dribble. Pump fake. Shoots and scores. And he's fouled. Hoop. Harm. Fry to the free throw line. And the Cats bump the lead out to 5 with 3:55 to play.
Well, you forget sometimes that Caden Fry is still just a true sophomore. And Coach Barkley bragging on him, the other night in the postgame about the development and how he's going to continue to grow and develop as a player. But just seeing the toughness inside in league play, really impressive.
Can't convert three-point play on the free throw line, but comes up at the other end with another defensive rebound in this game. Caden Fry with his 7th board in total. Cats have it after Summerhalder doesn't score on the drive quickly at the baseline. Cats lead it 61-56, 3:32 left. Point left, Rome, fading left wing, air ball. Hamilton saves, leaps up in the air. The athleticism saves the possession, and they're going to call
flop warning.
Flop warning against Rogers State. Is that on
and that'll
Rome?
Well, whoever it's on, it's going to be free throws. We saw RSU be the benefactor of this last game.
Yep.
And now it hurts them.
Jaden Wells, was it Jaden Wells?
It was, yep.
For UCO on Thursday. Now Fisher Brown at the foul line in a very close contest with 3:25 to go. Essentially the Tech here with the flop. Doesn't count as a foul. Fisher Brown bangs it off the back rim. He has now hit 5 of 7 from the line. He has scored 6 in the second half. 12 for the game for Fisher Brown. He's in double figures for the 5th time this season. His season high is 17 in the non-conference against Kansas Christian. Here's Rome. Shot clock at 4. He'll drive right. Miss it off backboard. Rebound. Kofi fell down. Travel call before he was able to pitch it behind him on the wing for Evan Anderson. They almost saved it. Now it's a 4-point lead. And Newman can chip away at it even further here with 3:15 to go. Senior day, final home game for Rogers State in 23-24. Newman runs motion offense. Fisher Brown at the wing. He'll drive. Help defense by Fry. There was some contact, no whistle. Ball tipped out of bounds. It's off Rogers State, they say. I actually thought it hit a jet down low and then went out.
Now, there's a very fine line, Sean, as we know, of being able to defend in the paint, especially under the basket, defend effectively without fouling, and Caden Fry seems to have figured that little area you can be in perfectly over the last couple of games, especially because he's contesting everything, but not enough to where it could be considered a foul.
He did leap up there, but straight up in the air, so I don't know if they figured contact initiated by the driver. 20 on the reset of the shot clock. Newman with the ball, 2:53 now. Ticking clock, second half. It's late. 61-57, Cats up 4. Fisher Brown with the ball in his hands and 5 to shoot. He'll give it up to the screen and roll man. They kick it in the corner. Stanton a 3. Short, offensive rebound. Back up high. Point left 3. Book it for Fisher Brown. He's hit his second 3 of this game. Both have come in the second half. In this half alone, he has 9. And for the contest, 15. The Jets have crawled to within 1, 61-60.
That's a guy that's really stepped up, only averages 5 points on the year, but he had 16 Thursday, and now, as you said, 15 here today.
They're 7 of 20 from 3. Driving in the lane, Rome to the rim, nothing whistled. He wanted a foul, partially blocked, they signal. Stanton the third, a run out, 2:05 left, far corner. Murphy for 3, bricked it, rebound Caden Fry. 2 minutes to go, 2-minute warning right now. Timeout, Rogers State. Hillcats will take one here with a 1-point lead at 61-60. Rogers State has been scoreless the last 94 seconds, and that has created a problem. Just a 30-second break from the action will keep it right here courtside. Anthony Marshall Jr., update his numbers for you. 22 points, 8 assists, 6 rebounds, and 3 steals. Only one other Hillcat has reached double digits today. That's Isaac Johnson on senior day for the Minneapolis native with 12 points and 5 boards.
Marshall Jr. has been so good, especially here at home lately. He was averaging 23 points the last 2 home games coming into today, and 4.5 assists to go along with it. And he's eclipsed the assist number easily today with the 8 and only 2 turnovers.
Season high is 10 assists against Simon Fraser, the Canada school at the Classic in Las Vegas before Christmas. 1:58 to go, second half. Rogers State 61, Newman 60. They will need a bucket, and real quick. I say real quick, real soon. Rome on the floor with Hamilton, Battle, Johnson, and Anderson. Rome will jog across. On him defensively is Fisher Brown. Hamilton takes it at the head of the circle. Uses his dribble. They post up Johnson. Spins on Summerhalder. Shot blocked, but a whistle and a foul as he touched his hand on the shot attempt, I guess. 4th on Summerhalder. Rogers State is trying to make it 11 consecutive wins over Newman in the all-time series. As a squad, Cat 76%. Johnson at the line, swishes in the first of 2. Rogers State's second leading scorers. He and Rodney Battle have jousted back and forth atop their team rankings in points per game the last 4 weeks. Johnson, 67% free throw shooter, and hits the second one as well. It goes in off back rim. Rogers State leads it 63-60. Cats from the free throw line, now 14-22. Top of the key, Fisher Brown. Newman down 1 possession. Step back 3 for the tie. Short, rebound off Hamilton, and taken down in the lane by Evan Anderson. 122 and counting. 63-60. I'd just keep driving this deal to the rim. Drawing contact and make your free throws. Fisher Brown up on Rome. He'll give it to Anderson. Head of the key, Johnson. Left side of the floor. Rome, 9 to shoot. Picked up his dribble, goes to Johnson. Johnson has Fisher Brown on him as they switch. He wants to drive, 3 to shoot in the lane, fell down, up to Rome. He won't get it off in time. Shot clock violation once again against the Hillcats, and we're down to 56.4 seconds left. RSU leads by 3. That's been the look Coach Barkley, if you're watching on RSU TV, has had the entire game since tip-off to start the afternoon. Newman down 1 possession still, a 3 would tie it. Hand off to Stanton. Stanton dribbles left, pulls up, 3, and we're deadlocked at 63. He spills it in, nothing but net, and Boston Stanton III has hit his first 3 of the game. He has a timeout RSU. 35.7 seconds left in the game, and 24 on the Hillcat shot clock. MIAA men's basketball on senior day for Rogers State, and a 63-all tie after Rogers State had built its biggest lead out to 5 at 61-56.
That's a big-time shot. You know, Boston Stanton on the year, Sean, is only a 26% three-point shooter. He was 0 of 4 today. He didn't bat an eye, though, stepping into that shot.
Oh, just dribbled left a couple of paces and then was able to pour it through. Hillcats were down 14 at halftime, able to eventually overtake Newman and grab their first lead of the game in this second half at just under the 10-minute mark, or just past it, and now it's a 5-point large lead for the Hillcats that's been quickly erased with a 7-2 run.
5 of their last 6 games decided in overtime and or by 1 possession. This is their style.
For the Hillcats, with 11-second differential game to shot clock, would you, well, no, it's too close a time to try a 2-for-1. You only have 5 seconds essentially to get a shot off. Go 2-for-1, but you're in a tie game. I'd say work it with your best shot, and if that's Anthony Marshall Jr. trying to drive it to the rim, so be it. That's what it was on Thursday night. In a lot of cases, second half and both overtimes in the home victory. Just a gut-wrenching game for both sides. Rogers State outlasted Central Oklahoma 102-99. Now trying to outlast Newman in a lower, much lower scoring affair. Rome gives it up to Hamilton as they bring it in. Shot clock at 15, they have time. Battle, back to Marshall Jr. Rome in the lane to Hamilton. He dunks it with 2 hands. Summerholder rose up to contest, but it's flushed through for the lead by 2, and now the shot clock turned off. Hamilton, the bucket to give Rogers State a 65-63 advantage. Timeout Newman to try and draw up a final play to either tie it and force overtime or win it with 3. 13.8 ticks left in the second half here on Senior Day in Clairville.
That's normally one of those where if it's a 6'4 guy that catches it in the paint, normally you can catch up to him on the way up to try to contest that, and Hamilton just kept climbing the ladder, just kept going up like he had boosters in his shoes.
And for Kofi Hamilton, that's just his 4th point of the game.
He's averaged over 17 the last 5 home games, been one of their best scoring options. But he's been monster on the glass, though. 9 rebounds to lead the way.
He had a stretch of 8 straight double-figure games that spanned that 5-game Hillcat win streak, which has been their season best from at Newman, January 10th, to at Pitt State, the 11-point comeback win in the second half on January 24th. Well, Rogers State trying to make it 5 of their last 6 with victories. Are we headed for another overtime? Please, no.
Let's hope not.
That would be 4 in the last 7 if this goes to overtime.
RSU can afford to be fairly aggressive defensively here too, Sean, because they've still got 1 foul to give.
Right. 13.8 left. Newman will bring it in. Fisher Brown, Stanton, Summerholder, Jacob Joe, and Latique Murphy. They throw it in the backcourt. That'll take some time. Now 10 seconds. Here's Fisher Brown. Newman down 2. Murphy up high to Summerholder. He looks left. And now a foul call.
That's perfect because you let enough seconds run off, just enough to disrupt the flow of the offense. So now they've only got 5 seconds left to try to make something happen, and the chances of getting a quality look go down severely.
And it's on Caden Fry, his first team 6th. One more, you put him on the line for a 1-on-1. Trouble bringing it in. He stepped over the line. Stanton stepped over the sideline with 5.1 left. Another Newman Jet unforced error. That's amazing. Timeout, Rogers State. And now Newman forced into a situation where the Jets will have to foul and put the Cats on the line and hope for misses. That's if you don't get a steal right away. off the inbound pass.
Well, ball security was so good in the first half for the visitors, only 5 turnovers, but that's their 10th now here in the second. And I'm not so sure here because every tick of the clock is so precious that, you don't just foul them before they even get the ball inbounded. And that way you maybe have some say over who you want to send to the line here.
So most turnovers for Rogers State in a game with 16 since at Central Oklahoma, a game they won on January 13th. Cats with 16 giveaways, Newman with 14. 5.1 to go. Rogers State leads by 2. Newman try right away to get the steal, but even that would take some time. 5 seconds, not a whole lot of time to do much here for a defensive squad. You got to foul right away. I think you foul without any clock time coming off. It'll be played in. Hamilton, they touch him, and he's fouled by Latique Murphy. And 1.3 came off the clock, or 1.2 rather. 3.9 seconds to go.
Well, statistically, that's the guy you wanted to foul if you're Newman. Hamilton, he's a decent free throw shooter at 67%, but statistically the worst on the floor.
4 points in the game. Lefty from the island of St. Martin. Spins it up and hits it. Nothing but net. And Kofi Hamilton makes it a 3-point Rogers State lead. 3.9 seconds to go. Newman, whatever happens, will have to go length of the floor. If they grab a defensive board, if this free throw misses, or if it makes, it's a 4-point game. Don't foul now. It goes in for Kofi. And a 4-point Rogers State lead as they try to pick up another come-from-behind victory. They're going to launch it toward half court or maybe in the front court. Summer Hallward, baseball pitch, leaping interception, and it's over. Isaac Johnson, the pickoff in the Newman front court, and the Hillcats come from 14 down at the half to survive Senior Day and take the victory in the final home game of 23-24. Rogers State 67, the Newman Jets 63, and the Cats close out the home portion with a 10-3 record, and they're 5-1 in their last 6.
They had every excuse today to not end up with the result that they did. It's Senior Day. You never know how those emotions are going to go. Were they tired emotionally and physically from double overtime Thursday? You're down 14 points to start the second half, and through some adversity, managed to come through with the win in the end. This is a team, Sean, that's got all the right things that make up the type of club that you want to have in March.
Rogers State victorious by 4, outscoring Newman in the second half, 39-21, and the Jets shot just 23% in the second half. RSU for the game, 44% shooting, 54% in a 39-point second half. They make 24 of 54 overall. Cats from 3, not good, 19%, 3 of 16. They only attempted 6 threes in the second half. It was more of driving the basketball to the rim, and they made 11 of 16 free throws in the second half alone. 16 out of 24 for the ball game, 67%. Rogers State holds Newman to 37.7% shooting, 23 of 61. They make 8 of 23 at the foul stripe, 35%. 9 of 12 at the free throw line for the game, 75%. Rogers State ends up +4 on the glass, despite 16 turnovers. Newman also had 16 turnovers. RSU's bench also came up big, outscoring Newman's bench 36-14. The Cats end up winning points in the paint 36-30. They lose second chance points 12-5 and points off turnovers 20-14. Those were in favor of Newman, but fueled by Anthony Marshall Jr. with 2 games this week of 20 points or better. How about 22 points or better? He's player of the week in my mind's eye in the MIAA, deal that Rogers State has never been awarded yet since joining the conference. 22, 9 assists, and 6 rebounds to go with 3 steals for Rome at the backup point guard spot. 8 of 16 shooting, 6 of 6 at the free throw line, 1 of 2 Hillcats in double figures. Rogers State's Isaac Johnson with 14, 5 boards, 6 of 10 at the free throw line. He's the second guy that finishes double digits 3 in double figures for Newman, led by Fisher Brown with 15, 14 for Jacob Joe. Summerhalder finishes the game with 12. Dynamite comeback for Rogers State, down 14 at the half, 42-28, and they get it done in a game they led for only 8 minutes and 40 seconds. 5 lead changes and 4 ties.
Great way to pay tribute to the seniors who were honored before the game today, Sean. Rodney Battle, Azarian Stevens, Isaac Johnson, Evan Anderson. You know, those guys, what they've meant to the program. Some have been here for a while. Some are newcomers to the team. But great way to send out those 4 seniors in the home slate. And still so much momentum for this Hillcat team.
Yeah, they've won 5 of 6, and they'll play the final 2 on the road in the Show Me State. They'll take on Central Missouri. 7:30 for the men next Thursday, February 29th in this leap year of 2024. And then the Hillcats, March 2nd, next Saturday at Lincoln, 3:30 Central Time on the road. You can listen to those games on the Hillcat Audio Network. Rogers State men make it a clean sweep on Senior Day. 8 total seniors combined between the men's and women's basketball programs. Final in the women's game, RSU won by 20, 59-39. And the Hillcats in the nightcap, so to speak, win it. Come from behind fashion, 67-63. Depending on what Fort Hays State does in men's basketball today, outside shot of maybe pulling up to second, 2 games back with 3 left, including today's game. Rogers State with a victory on the home court by 4. You win 2 more, and you have all kinds of momentum going into the MIAA tournament in Kansas City, of which they have already qualified for.
Well, Justin Barkley has got to feel awfully good about the group of guys that he's going into the month of March with. For what they've done lately, for the toughness that they have shown, especially late in games, it's a special bunch.
Well, that wraps up our broadcast today. Hillcat, RSU Public TV, and Hillcat Audio Network. Thanks for joining me, Josh Haley. Fun broadcast as we combine video and audio this afternoon for the MIAA Twin Bill on Senior Day.
Hey, it's an honor for me, as always, to be next to the one and the only voice of the Hillcats, Sean Tiemann.
For Josh, the entire production crew, RSU Public TV, I'm Sean Tiemann. Hillcats, clean sweep on this Senior Day Saturday in Claremore at the Expo Center against the visiting Newman Jets out of Wichita. For Hillcat basketball, so long from the Claremore Expo Center. Have a great rest of your Saturday.